Section 37 of the Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 37, Beauty and the Beast, or The Ladies and the Apostle. A synopsis of Mr. Brann's address to the Ladies' Reading Club, San Antonio, Texas. I have been asked to lecture to the ladies of the Reading Club, but shall do nothing of the kind. That were to admit that you require improvement, and I would not have you better than you are. We would have to clip your wings or keep you in a cage. Besides, I never saw a woman whom I could teach anything. She already knew it. I have been going to school to the ladies all my life. My mother carried me through the kindergarten, lady preceptors through the intermediate grade, and my wife is patiently rounding off my education. When I graduate, I expect to go direct to heaven. As near as I can figure it out, the inhabitants of the New Jerusalem will consist of several million women and just men enough to fill the municipal offices. I would not live always, I ask not to stay. No lecture, then, but an informal talk without text or subject. A vagrant ramble through such fields as tempt us. If we should find fruit or even flowers, let us be thankful. If we encounter only briars, it will not be the first half hour we have wasted. The fact that you are members of the Reading Club indicates that you're seeking knowledge. I trust that you are finding it, that every stroke of the intellectual pick turns up a golden nugget. But do not make the mistake of supposing that all the wisdom of the world is bound in calf. You may know all that has ever penned in papyrus, or graved on stone, written on tablets of clay, or preserved in print, and still be ignorant, not even know how to manage a husband. As a rule, people read without proper discrimination, and those who are most careful often go furthest astray. I once knew a woman with no more music in her soul than a rat-tail file, who spent 3 laborious years learning to play the piano, then closed the instrument and never touched it again. One day I said to her, "Mary, what good did all that patient practice do you?" "Lots of good," she replied. "I used to be dreadfully ashamed to have people know that I couldn't play." And a great deal of laborious reading is undertaken on the same principle that Mary learned to play the piano, and is of just as little benefit. Many people are with books as with medicine. Imagine that whatever is hardest to get down will do them the most good. No mortal man, and, as the preacher correctly stated, the men embrace the women, ever yet got any permanent good out of a book unless he enjoyed its perusal. No mortal man, and, as the preacher correctly stated, the men embrace the women, ever yet got any permanent good out of a book unless he enjoyed its perusal. Geno J. Ingalls says that everybody praises Milton's Paradise Lost, but nobody reads it. Ingalls is mistaken. Everybody making any pretension to culture has read the book as a disagreeable duty. But that man don't live, at least outside of the lunatic asylum, who can quote a dozen lines out of it. Same with Dante's Divine Commedia and a host of other books with which people are expected to inflict their brains. Read few books, and those of the very best, books that you enjoy. Read them thoroughly. Make them your very own. Then forget them as soon as possible. Having submitted to the mental and moral discipline of another, decline to lean on him, but stand up in your own independent individuality. Don't be a copy. There is on earth no more pitiable person than the bookful blockhead, ignorantly read, with loads of learned lumber in his head. Do not interpret too literally. What I warn you against is the habit, all too common, of imagining ourselves rich because we have counted the golden hoard of others. One may admire the Medicean Venus without becoming a sculptor, or have Plato at his fingers' ends and ever remain a fool. Were I an artist, I would study with attention the works of all the great masters. But when I put my hand to my own task, I would turn my back upon them all, and my face to nature. My work would then be a creation, not a copy. Did I aspire to be truly learned, I would study the words of the world's wisest, then dig for wisdom on my own behoof. I would thus become a philosopher instead of a parrot. I have been frequently called an iconoclast. As bad as the title is popularly supposed to be, I trust it is not altogether undeserved. I have striven to break foolish idols and shatter false ideals, to hurl unclean gods from their pedestals in the public pantheon. A work of destruction is not, I admit, of a high order. Anybody may destroy. It requires genius to build up. The wonder of the ancient world sank to ruin irremediable beneath the torch of a morbid dude who had rather be damned to everlasting fame than altogether forgotten. A hungry wolf may destroy a human life which Almighty God has brought to perfection through long years of labor, but destruction is sometimes necessary. The seas must be cleared of pirates before commerce can flourish. The antiquated and useless buildings must come down before the schoolhouse or business block can occupy the site. In the great cities are men who do nothing but destroy old buildings, professional wreckers of those works of man that have outlived their usefulness. They build nothing, but are they, therefore, to be condemned? So, in the social world, a man may be a professional wrecker, without the constructive ability to build a political platform on a pie crate, and still be useful, indispensable. The wrecker of bad buildings does not contract to put good ones in their places, nor is the iconoclast under any obligation to find a heavenly grace for every false god that falls beneath his hammer, a saint for every sinner he holds up to scorn, a new truth for every old falsehood he fells to earth. He may, if he thinks proper, leave that labor to others, and go on, with brand and bomb, bludgeon and billhook, wrecking, destroying, plain John the Baptist to a greater to come after. A great many good people have taken the trouble to inform me that I am a pessimist. Perhaps so, but I am not worrying much about it. A pessimist is a person somewhat difficult to define. The fool who smokes in a powder house, or believes that his neighbors always speak well of him behind his back. The wife who encourages her husband to pay court to other women on the supposition that no harm can ensue. The banker who accepts a man's unsecured note because he is a church member and powerful in prayer. And the servant girl who lights the fire with kerosene, then goes to join the angels taking your household goods and gods with her, are certainly not pessimists. They are only idiots. It is easy enough to say that a pessimist is a person afflicted with an incurable case of mullygrubs, one who nothing in all earth or heaven or Hades pleases, one who usually deserves nothing, yet grumbles if he gets it. But we should not forget that every reform this world has known, every effort that has lifted man another notch above the brute level, every star in our flag of freedom, every line and letter in our Constitution of human liberty, every gem of knowledge that gleams in the great world's intellectual crown of glory, every triumph of science and religion, philosophy and mechanics was the work of pessimists, so-called, of men who were not satisfied with the world's condition, and set determinedly to work to better it. They strove with their full strength against those conditions panegyrized and poetized by the smirking optimists of their time, and thereby incurred the enmity of pedants and self-sufficient purists, were denounced and denied, belittled and belied. But, says the enthusiastic optimist, things are not what they used to be. When a college of cardinals gave Galileo to the gaoler for maintaining that the world do move, when Christ cast forth the money manipulators and purged the porches of the temple of the disreputable dove dealers, when Luther raised the standard of revolt and the Puritan packed his grip, there were cruel wrongs to right. But look at us now. We've got a constitution and a confession of faith, prize rings and Parisian gowns, sent missionaries to Madagascar and measured Mars' 2 moons. Of course we made some mendicants, but please admire the multifarious beauty of our millionaires. Who can doubt that we've triumphed over the world, the flesh and the devil? Have not the Spanish Inquisition and the English Court of High Commission gone glimmering? Do we bore the tongues of Quakers or amputate the ears of nonconformists, as in old Lang Syne? Do we not run troublesome wives into the divorce court instead of into the river, as was once our wont, scientifically roast our criminals with electricity instead of pulling their heads off with a hair halter? Do we not fight our political battles with wind instead of war clubs? Have not our great partisan Palladians substituted gall for Greek fire? Progressing we certainly are, but the devil has adapted the Fabian tactics and is leading us a wild dance through unprofitable deserts. While we have been shattering ethnic images, he has been building new idols. While we have been dragging the phallus bull from its pedestal, the golden calf of ancient Israel has reached maturity and maternity, and its progeny is now worshipped in 1,000 pantheons. Everywhere the false and the true, the good and the evil, the lambent light of heaven and the sulphurous shadows of hell meet and blend. Nowhere, yet everywhere, floats the white veil and flaming ensign of the modern Mokana, and we stand wrangling about the proper cut of a collar, debating whether the Gadarenes, whose swine the outcast devils drowned, were Jews or Gentiles, dogmatizing anent the proper form of baptism, doubting with which hand we should tip the hat, wondering if Joseph's coat were a sack or a swallowtail. 99 out of every 100 wasting upon childish trifles and strength given us to do the work of demigods, and every foolish breath, every heartbeat bearing us across time's narrow sands into the broad bosom of that sea which hath no shore. What does the all-seeing sun that has for so many centuries glared down upon this wretched farce tragedy think of it all? And yet man boasts that he is the mortal image of immortal God. It was for this trifling, straddling biped, intent only upon getting his goose head above the foolish geese, that the Regent of the universe suffered ignominy and death. I sometimes think that had the Almighty cast the human horoscope, he would never have given Noah a hint to go in out of the wet. I am no perfectionist. I do not build the spasmodic sob, nor spill the scalding tear, because all men are not Sir Galahads in quest of the Holy Grail, and all women angels with 2 pair of reversible wings and the Aurora Borealis for a hatband. I might get lonesome in a world like that. I do not expect to see religion without cant, wealth without want, and virtue without vice. But I do hope to see the human race devote itself to grander aims than following the fashions and camping on the trail of the cartwheel dollar. I want to see more homes and fewer hovels, more men and fewer dudes. I want to see more women with the moral courage to brave the odium of being old maids rather than the pitiful weakness to become loveless wives. I want to see more mothers who would rather be queens of their homes than the favorites of fashionable circles. Women who would rather have the love of their husbands than the insolent admiration of the whole he-world. Women who do not know too much at 15 and too little at 50. I want to see more men who are not a constant reminder of a monkey ancestry. Some philosopher once remarked, "As between men and dogs, give me dogs." I have been often tempted to endorse the sentiment, and I am not much of a lover of dogs either. I want to see men who are not fops in their youth, fools in their prime, and egotists in their old age, a race of manly men to whom life is not a lascivious farce, whose God is not gold, who do not worship at the shrine of the Pandemian Venus, nor devote their lives to the service of Mammon, the least erect of all the angelic host that fell from heaven. I want to see men who scorn the pusillanimity of the policy prayer, who, like Caesar, dare tell graybeards the truth, e'en though it cost a crown, men of leonine courage, men of iron mold, men strong of hand and heart, who defiantly throw down the gauge to destiny, who can trample hell itself beneath their proud feet, even while it consumes them. The dream may be utopian. I much fear it will never be made a blessed reality by either philosophy or religion. We have had both for 40 centuries, yet the fool has become ever more offensive, and the liar has overrun the land. Yet we imagine that because we no longer live in caves and fight naked with the wild beasts of the forest for our food, we are away up at the head of the procession, with Greek civilization distanced, and all the other times and half-times nowhere. Human development, like the earth, the sun, the stars, like all things brought into being by the breath of omnipotent God, travels ever in a circle. Savagery and ignorism, barbarism and ambition, civilization and sybaritism, dudism and intellectual decay, then once more savagery and ignorance proclaims the complete circle, that we have traveled from nadir to zenith and from zenith to nadir, when once again we begin with painful steps and slow to repace the path which carries us to the very verge of godhood and wreathes our brows with immortal bays, then brings us down, even while we think we mount until we touch a level beneath the very brute. Such has ever been the world's history, and such it will ever be until a force is found that can transform this circle into a straight line, that can blend the rugged manhood of the barbarism with the graces of our higher civilization and give us wisdom without weakness and culture without cowardice, that can incorporate us in corpuscles in the social organism without eliminating every spark of godlike individuality, making us helpless dependents upon social, political, and religious precedent. If the car of progress travels in a circle, and history says it does, if neither science, philosophy, nor religion can deflect it from its seemingly predestined path, and the condition of their birthplace proclaims their failure so to do, where is hope? Must the human race forever go to weary round of birth and death, like Buddhist souls wandering through all that's fair and foul until it finds nirvana in the destruction of the world? Not so, for there is a hope, a blessed hope, that like a poisoning eagle burns above the unrisen morrow. That hope is in the union of all the mighty forces that make for the emancipation of mankind, a union of religion and philosophy, science and woman. And of these the first is the last, and the last is the first in point of power and importance. When I reflect that until within comparatively recent times women were slaves, I don't much wonder that the old civilizations went to the dogs, that the millennium is not yet due. Trying to make a civilization that would stick without the help of women were like building a cocktail with a basis of buttermilk. God gave her to man to be an helpmeet, not a plaything. I don't think that she can help him much by going into politics or becoming a crusading sheep-eater the hermit while her own children need her care. But I do believe that the wife and mother, that erstwhile ignorant drudge raised by God's great mercy to royalty, made queen of the home, and thereby absolute empress of the great round earth, is to be the dynamics of a new and grander civilization that can never recede. That the womanly woman, self-poised as a star, pure as the polar snows, fit companion for the true nobleman of nature, is to be the providence that will lead humanity, step by step, ever onward and upward, until our cruel age of iron is transformed into an age of gold, in which there will be neither millionaire nor mendicant, master nor slave, in which selfishness shall be considered the worst of crimes, and love the all-powerful law. Such, ladies, is my dream of the future. You see, with true mannish instinct, I throw the work of the world's salvation upon the women. I don't know, however, but it's retributive justice. If you got us fired out of the first paradise, it is your duty to find another and put us in possession. But really, with all due respect to sacred writ, I could never accept that serpent story without considerable salt. My observation and experience has been that men are much more addicted to the snake habit than are women. I gather from Genesis that after the Edenic reptile had done the damage, it was condemned to go upon its belly all the days of its life. That indicates that it was not only a good conversationalist, but had legs. Now, I submit it to you in all seriousness. Which member of the original family was most likely to see such a serpent as that? I think I should have given Adam the Keeley cure, then cross-examined him a little before laying the burden of the blame on Eve. If the latter was really the tempter, she was probably trying to reach the heart of her hubby by that direct route, the stomach. Lost heaven for love, as too many of her daughters have since done. The fact that Adam was not willing to father her fault proved him unworthy of his wife, and the bad example he set is too often followed by many of his sons, who attribute all their trials and tribulations to the patient wives, whose watchful care keeps them out of the penitentiary. Whatever may have been Eve's fortune, Adam was no great loser by being ejected from Eden, for the man who possesses the love of a good woman carries paradise with him wherever he goes. A woman's love can transform a hovel into a heaven and fill it with supernal sunshine, and her scorn can make perdition of a palace and put in all the fancy touches. Woman is the only thing extant, if Genesis be believed, that was not evolved from a solid slug of nothing. That, I presume, is why she amounts to something. Nothing was good enough, raw material of which to make the father of mankind. But when the Almighty came to create our common mother, he required something more substantial than a hole in the atmosphere. I always bank on a boy who has a good mother, regardless of what the old man may be. The fathers of philosophers have sometimes been fools, but their mothers never. A wise man may beget dudes, or a good man practical politicians, but it's his misfortune, not his fault. The good Lord expects no man to gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles. I have yet to hear of a single man who became distinguished in any line of human endeavor, according to his father the credit for his greatness. Character is molded at the mother's knee, and in the light of her loving eyes is born that ambition which buoys man up in a sea of troubles, that drive him on through dangers and difficulties, straight to the shining goal. The 19th century marks the culmination of an era of human triumphs, a brilliant coruscation of victories over the cohorts of ignorance and prejudice. But its crown of imperishable glory is the recognition that woman was created to be man's companion and co-laborer instead of his chattel, his joint sovereign of the earth instead of his slave. Fronting the dawn of a grander day, her hand on guide and her brain unfettered, with broader opportunities for usefulness and boasting a nobler beauty than during the dark and dreary centuries that lie behind her like a hideous dream, such is the woman of the 19th century. And upon the shapely shoulders of this new palace I hang my second providence. To her loving hands I commit the destiny of the race, to her true heart the salvation of the world. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast of Volume 12, Section 38, Brann's Reply to Slattery. Ex-priest Joseph Slattery, in his lecture at Waco, Texas, in the interest of the APA, bitterly denounced the iconoclast. During the Slattery lecture, Brann rose, pointed his finger at Slattery, and said, "You lie, and you know it, and I refuse to listen to you." Brann then turned on his heel and walked out. He then hired the same opera house at his own expense and replied to Slattery, "Fellow Americans, the iconoclast does not please ex-priest Slattery, Baptist minister in good standing, and I'm not surprised. Its mission, as its name implies, is to expose frauds and abolish fakes, to make unrelenting war upon humbugs and hypocrites. Hence, it is not remarkable that Slattery should regard its existence as a personal affront. It is ever the galled jade that winces, or, to borrow from the elegant pulpit vernacular of the Reverend Sam Jones, it's the hit dog that yelps. Slattery would have you believe that I'm a rank atheist who's trying to rip religion up by the roots and bang it across a barbed wire fence in close companionship with the hides of Protestant preachers. This charge has been hurled at me by various sectarian papers and malicious ministers, but not one iota of evidence has ever been submitted. It is simply a bald assertion, born of sanctified malice, a brazen libel, similar to that which charges the Pope with trying to subvert the American government. I defy Slattery and all that unclean brood of moral vultures, assassins of character and thieves of reputation, which trail in his wake and applaud his infamies, to produce one line I ever wrote, or quote one sentence I ever uttered disrespectful of any religion, pagan, Protestant, or Catholic. If in the wilds of Central Africa I should find a man bowing down to a dried toad, a stuffed snake, or a slattery, I'd remove my hat as a tribute of respect, not to his judgment, but to his honesty. I have no word of condemnation for any religious faith, however fatuous it may appear to me, that has comforted the dying or consoled the living, that has cast one gleam of supernal sunshine into the dark vale where grope, each beneath his burthen of sorrow, the sons of men. I am not warring upon religious faith, but on falsehood, not upon Jesus Christ, but on those who disgrace his cause, who mistake bile for benevolence, gall for godliness, and chronic laziness for a call to preach. Nor have I taken the Pope of Rome under my apostolic protection. The popes managed to exist for a great many years before I was born, and, despite the assaults of Slattery, will doubtless continue in business at the old stand for several years to come. I was raised a Protestant, and, thank God, I'm no apostate. I learned Protestantism at my mother's knee and from my father's pulpit. But I did not learn there that the Church of Rome is the scarlet woman, nuns, unclean creatures, priests, the sworn enemies of my country. I learned that but for the Church of Rome, the glad tidings of great joy, which Christ brought to a dying world, would have been irredeemably lost in that dismal intellectual night known as the Dark Ages. I was taught that for centuries the Church of Rome was the repository not only of the Christian faith, but of civilization itself. I was taught that the Catholic is the mother of the Protestant Church, and that no matter how unworthy a parent may be, a child should not become the herald of its mother's shame. And while being taught my duty as a Protestant, my education as an American citizen was not neglected. I was taught that this was a land of religious liberty, where every man is privileged to worship God in his own way or ignore him altogether, that it was my duty to insist upon this right, both for myself and for my fellows. That is why I am the uncompromising enemy of the APA. Any attempt to debar an American citizen from the honors and emoluments of a public office because of his religious faith or non-faith is a flagrant violation of a fundamental principle of this republic. And no patriot, no man in whose veins there pulses one drop of the blood of the conscript fathers, or who would recognize the goddess of liberty if he met her on the road, no man imbued with the tolerant spirit of the Lord Jesus Christ will aid or abet such an unchristian and un-American movement. The APA is the bastard spawn of ignorance and intolerance, conceived in sin and brought forth in iniquity. There may be some honest men connected with the movement, but if honest, they should get their heads trepanned to give their brains room to grow. They are as unable as a mule-eared rabbit to comprehend either the broad principles upon which this government is grounded, or its political and religious history. No man, not even Judas Iscariot Slattery, is to blame for his ignorance. So we should humbly pray, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. Nor is the Church of Rome responsible for the shameless apostate's lack of information. It did all that it could to transform him from an ignorant little beggar into an educated gentleman. But even the Pope cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. It is no fault of the Church of Rome that he's densely ignorant of the very textbook truths of history, that he knows nothing of that Reformation of which he talks so glibly, that he is unable to comprehend the genius of the government upon which he has conferred his more or less valuable citizenship. The fault, if fault it be, lies with the Almighty, who gave him a bad heart and a worse head. American Protective Association, eh? That signifies that Uncle Sam is in need of protection. I had hitherto supposed that the gentleman in the high-water pants and star-bespangled cutaway was able to protect himself. But it now appears that unless he crawls under the aegis of the redoubtable Slattery, he is, to again borrow from the most popular of all Protestant divines, a gone sucker. Think of placing Uncle Sam under the protection of a man who is an apostate in religion and a renegade in politics, of an Irishman who apostrophizes the British flag. Think of that kind of a bird presuming to tell the grandsons of revolutionary soldiers their duties as American citizens. Slattery assures us that we need protection from the Pope. There was a time when the proudest monarchs of Europe trembled at the papal nod. But gradually the Pope has been shorn of temporal power, confined evermore to the realm of spiritual. Until today, he exerts about as little influence on the political destiny of this world as does Dr. Cranfield with his little prohibition craze. But Slattery will have it that the Pope is gradually undermining American institutions, and leads us to infer that sooner or later he'll blow our blessed Constitution at the moon and scatter fragments of the Goddess of Liberty from Dan to Beersheba, from Cape Cod to Kalamazoo. The Pope, it appears, is a veritable Guy Faux, who is tunneling beneath our national capitol with a keg of giant powder in one hand and a box of lucifer matches in the other. What's the evidence? Why, out in San Francisco, so Slattery says, but as Slattery's been convicted of lying, it were well to call for papers, a Catholic school board was elected and employed only Catholic teachers. The same awful thing happened in Detroit. If Slattery's telling the truth, which is doubtful in the extreme. Well, then what? With a pride worthy of a more American act, this illogical idiot informs us that when the Protestants captured the school boards of those cities, they discharged every one of the Catholic teachers and put only good Protestants on guard. And at that, Baptist brethren, with water on the brain, who boast of Roger Williams, cheered so loudly as to be in danger of lockjaw. In the exuberant imagination of Slattery and his dupes, there appears to be a wonderful difference between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. It doesn't seem to have occurred to them that what is sauce for the Protestant goose should be sauce for the Catholic gander. They damn the Catholics for doing the very thing for which they commend the Protestant. That's the logic of the APA, the aggregation of pusillanimous asses. In my humble opinion, both were engaged in very small business. The only difference in the offenders that I can see is that while the Catholics are saying nothing, the Protestants are loudly boasting of their vicious subversion of the American principle of religious liberty. The circumstance is a sharp reminder that if we are to preserve a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, we've got to keep religion of all kinds out of our politics, just as the framers of the federal Constitution intended that we should do. Mixing religion and politics is like mixing whiskey and water. It spoils both. Slattery would have you believe that our Catholic citizens are simply emissaries of the Pope, to whom they owe allegiance both spiritual and temporal, and that they will, at the first opportunity, subvert American institutions and will make this nation simply a satrapy of the Vatican. The American Catholic takes his theology from Rome. He takes his politics from the ecumenical council of his party, from the national convention of that partisan organization to which he may chance to belong. That there can be no Catholic conspiracy against the free institutions of this country must be evident to every man of common sense from the simple fact that Catholics are divided among all the political parties, are continually voting against each other. Now, I appeal to your judgment. Lay aside your religious prejudices for the moment and look at the matter from a nonpartisan, non-sectarian standpoint. If our Catholic fellow citizens be under the thumb of the Pope politically, as the apostate now evangelizing for the APA would have us believe, and if the Pope desires to make himself temporal ruler of this land, or in any manner affect its affairs, would they not be found voting as a unit, a mighty political machine, instead of being as badly divided on secular questions as the Baptists themselves? San Antonio is a Catholic stronghold, yet a prominent Roman Catholic was overwhelmingly defeated in the last mayoralty election, and I could cite you hundreds of instances where Catholics have voted against men of their own religious faith and elected Protestants or infidels. Again, if the Pope is plotting against America, and if all manner of crime be considered a virtue when committed by Catholics in furtherance of his ends, as Slattery would have you believe, then it were well to keep a sharp eye on the apostate priests. How are we to know that they are not emissaries of the Vatican, commissioned to stir the Protestants up, to persecute their brethren in Christ, and thereby solidify the Catholic vote? No one, not even Slattery, has accused the Pope of being a fool, and certain it is that the APA movement, if persisted in, will have the effect of driving the Catholics of this country to political unity in self-defense. Persecution, political ostracism for religious opinion's sake, will infallibly bring about those very conditions which Slattery, Hicks, et al. Declare that the Pope desires. The communicants of the Church of Rome will no longer vote as Democrats or Republicans, but as Catholics. And then, with unlimited wealth and such a political machine at the command of a man so ambitious and unscrupulous as we are asked to believe the Pope to be, the capture of the federal government and the political domination of this country were as easy as lying. The Protestants, divided into 100 warring factions, many of them further apart theologically than Episcopalianism and Catholicism, would offer no resistance to such a political machine, and they would receive but cold comfort from the liberal element which has suffered so long from their petty persecutions. And I tell you, Protestants, right here, that if it be the intention of the Church of Rome to transform this government into a theocracy by fair means or foul, then the Pope is the real founder of the APA, and Slattery's a papal spy. According to the story of this self-constituted protector of the American government, he studied Roman Catholic theology for years, then officiated as a priest for 8 more before discovering anything immoral in teachings of the Mother Church, when it suddenly occurred to him that it was but a tissue of falsehoods, a veritable cesspool of rottenness. His transformation appears to have been almost as sudden as that of Saul of Tarsus, or that of Judas Iscariot. I have no objection to his leaving the Catholic priesthood. His bishop stopped his pay. Like the servant maid caught pilfering, he gave notice with the missus a-pinting at the door. If Slattery believes that the Protestant through line runs more comfortable cars to the great hereafter, he's welcome to take his ticket over that route. But I would have thought better of him had he made the change quietly and refrained from assaulting with vindictiveness of a renegade that the church to which he owes his education, such as it is, had he treated the religion of his mother with decency, if not with respect. I thought I had met all manner of men hardened in crime, men destitute of even a semblance of shame, but never before did I behold one with the hardihood to stand up before American women and boast that he had incurred a mother's curse. When a man falls so low in the scale of human degradation that his own mother disowns him, it were well to watch him. When a creature asks strangers to accept him because his relatives have rejected him, when for the sake of gain he snaps like a mangy lice at the hand that once fed him, and stings like a poisonous adder the bosom that once nurtured him, when to promote his personal ends he will use his best endeavors to exterminate religious liberty and precipitate a bloody sectarian war, I tell you, he was not born a man, but begotten a beast. From the very foundation of this government, the Catholics have been its firm defenders. Their wisdom and eloquence have adorned its councils from the signing of the Declaration of American Independence to this good day, and its every battlefield, from Lexington to the Custer Massacre, has been wet with Catholic blood. 9 Roman Catholics signed the Declaration of Independence, and the Roman Catholics of New York contributed so liberally of their blood and treasure to the cause of the newborn nation that Washington wrote them a letter praising their patriotism. Several Roman Catholics helped frame the federal Constitution, and the interpretation of that wonderful instrument by a Roman Catholic Chief Justice today constitutes the fundamental law of the land. Yet Slattery, and that ridiculous organization of which he boasts himself a member, would have you believe that the American Catholics would, at a nod from the Pope, ruthlessly trample underfoot that flag in whose defense they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, that they would wreck without remorse and ruin without regret that nation they helped place on the map of the world. How do you old Confederates who followed Pat Cleburne relish having this blatant tramp defame your dead commander? Can you believe on the unsupported testimony of this mendacious mountebank that Father Ryan's tribute to the Stars and Bars was rank hypocrisy? That the poet-priest was the political tool of a foreign power? Sherman died a Catholic. Fighting Phil Sheridan was a Catholic. Old Pap Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga, was a Catholic. The bloody 69th New York was a Catholic regiment, and its heroism at the Battle of Bull Run forms one of the brightest pages in our military history of this nation. Strange it never occurred to those demoralized Protestant regiments which took refuge behind the bayonets of the 69th that they were throwing the Vatican between themselves and the Confederate forces. Slattery assures us that the number of Irish Catholics on the police force of our great cities is evidence that the Church of Rome is on mischief bent. I am not surprised that an Irish Catholic with a club in his hand should prove rather alarming to Brother Slattery. But although he says, meet a policeman and you'll see the map of Ireland in his face, those same policemen have several times saved his worthless bacon. When he was mobbed in St. Louis for defaming Catholic nuns, the police formed a cordon around his infamous carcass and saved him from a well-merited trouncing at the hands of the slandered women's relatives. Probably the police did not relish the job overmuch, but they had sworn to uphold the laws, and although Slattery insists that a Catholic oath amounts to nothing, they risked their lives in his defense. We have many nationalities in this country, and each of them, as every observant man well knows, manifests a predilection for some special occupation. Thus the Jews take to trade, the Germans to agriculture, the Norwegians to lumbering, the French to catering, and the Irish to politics. Make a free-will Baptist or a Buddhist of an Irishman, and you do not change his nature. He'll turn up at the next political convention just the same. And the man who's too good to take a hand in practical politics, who's too nice to mingle with the horny-handed at the ward primaries, who's too busy to act as delegate to the convention, who deliberately neglects his duty as an American citizen, finds that Pat's activity has been rewarded with a place on the police force, and blames it all on the Pope. It is not my province to defend Roman Catholic theology. I suppose that Slattery said all that could be urged in its behalf before he apostatized. Perhaps the Catholics really believe the Pope infallible, and if they do, it is certainly no worse than for certain Waco Protestants to believe that Slattery's infallible. I noted that at his lecture last week, they cheered every charge he preferred against either the Pope or the Apostle, and that without asking for an iota of evidence. When I arose at the stag party with which he wound up the intellectual debauch and questioned his infallibility, the good brethren cried, "Throw him out!" Why did they so, unless they believed that to question the supernal wisdom and immaculate truth of Autobaptist miniature might say, were sacrilege, a sin against the Holy Ghost? Here was I, their fellow citizen of Waco. I'd done them no harm, yet when a strolling vagabond, wearing God's livery, and whose forte is the defamation of women, made a statement which, if true, would forever disgrace me in the eyes of the world, when he preferred this charge against me within 2 blocks of where my babies lay sleeping, they wanted to mob me for branding him then and there as an infamous liar and a cowardly blackguard. Mark you, I'm no tramp in America. This is the house of my fathers. They helped hew it out of the Virginia wilderness. They helped put Old Glory in the heavens, and to keep it there for more than 100 years. Still, it appears that I have no rights in this country which a foreigner with a smell of the steerage still upon him is bound to respect, if he chances to be a Baptist preacher. Talk to me about the Church of Rome muzzling free speech when the APA would mob an American citizen for defending his character from the infamous falsehoods of a foreign tramp. Throw him out. Why throw him out? I'll tell you. The sanctified buzzards had gone there with appetites sharpened for a mass of carrion, and they were afraid I'd kill their cook. Throw him out. But I noticed that those who were splitting their faces as wide as Billy Cursand's were glued to their seats. They wanted somebody else to throw him out. They were anxious to see a gang of 300 or 400 sanctified hoodlums trample upon me. But there was not one among the self-constituted protectors of this almighty American nation with sufficient sand to lead the mob. If there were no better Americans than those trailing in the wake of the Reverend Joseph Slattery, like buzzards following a bad smell, I'd take a cornstalk, clean out the whole shooting match, and stock the country with niggers and yeller dogs. If such cattle were sired by Satan, damned by Sycorax, and born in hell, they would dishonor their parents and disgrace their country. Slattery insists that Catholics believe thus and so, and that no man with such a faith concealed about his person can be a good American citizen. I don't know about that, but I do know that if the Catholics act in strict accordance with their religious creed, they are the only people in this country who do. I've learned that you can't judge a man by his catechism. Slattery assures us that he has discarded the Pope and taken Christ for his immediate guide. The latter commands his followers to pray for those who despitefully use them. But if Slattery did any praying for the apostle during his sojourn in this city, he managed to keep that fact a profound secret. Christ enjoins patience and humility. He tells his followers to turn the other cheek to the smiter. Yet Slattery assured the ladies Wednesday night that he was a great believer in muscular Christianity. Then he placed his 250 pounds of stall-fed beef in the fighting attitude and declared he'd like to have his enemies come at him one at a time, to be prayed for, I presume. If Christ taught muscular Christianity, I have inadvertently overlooked a bet. Christ commands us to love our enemies, but doesn't suggest that we should manifest our affection by lying about them. He rebuked those who tattled about a common courtesan, yet Slattery defamed decent women. No, you can't judge a man by his creed. If the allegiance of the Catholics to the Pope is of the same character as that of Slattery to the Lord Jesus Christ, Uncle Sam need not lie awake nights to worry about papal plots. Had Slattery been truly a Christian, instead of blackguarding me when protected by the presence of ladies, he should have put up a fervent prayer for my immediate conversion to the Baptist faith. But his milk of human kindness had soured. he was short on Christian charity and long on gall. Faith, hope, and charity, says St. Paul, and the greatest of these is charity. And he might have added that it is also the scarcest. Perhaps that's what makes it so valuable. The supply is ever equal to the demand. Speaking of charity reminds me of my experience with the Protestant preachers of San Antonio, some of whom I understand are aiding and abetting this APA movement designed to preserve the priceless liberty of free speech. While the editor of that morning paper of this city, I was in the habit of writing a short sermon for the Sunday edition for the benefit of those who could not go to church. I supposed that the ministers would sanction my clerical efforts, but they didn't. They wanted no assistance in saving souls, considered that they should be accorded a monopoly in that line, and were entitled to all the emoluments. They proceeded to thunder at me from the pulpit, and sometimes 3 or 4 perspiring pulpiteers were pounding away at me at the same time, and incidentally making me very popular. I dropped into a swell church one Sunday morning to get a little grace, a building that cost up in the 6 figures, while people were living in $4 jackets and subsisting on 50 cents a week within sound of its bells. And the minister was holding a copy of the Express aloft in one hand and a Bible in the other, and demanding of his congregation, "Which will you take, Brann or God?" Well, they seemed to think that if they couldn't have both, they had best take God, though some of the sinners on the back seats were a trifle subsequent in making up their minds. I kept hammering away, preaching to my little congregation of 15 or 20,000 readers every Sunday, as I do now to 10 times that many a month, until finally the Ministerial Association met, perorated, whereas, resoluted, and wound up by practically demanding of the proprietor of the Express that I be either muzzled or fired. And all this time the Catholic priests never said a word. And San Antonio is a Catholic city, but the Baptist ministers were running a sneaking boycott. Yet the Church of Rome is the boa constrictor that's trying to throttle the American right of free speech. The YMCA invited me to lecture on humbugs, and that scared the Ministerial Association nearly to death. They thought I was after him now for sure, so they went to the officials of the YMCA and made them cancel the date. And the only Protestant minister in the entire city who did not join in this attempt to throttle free speech was an Episcopalian, and the Episcopalians are not Protestants to hurt. Yet when these ministers, who are now so fearful that the Church of Rome will muzzle somebody, found that they couldn't drive me out of town, that they couldn't take the bread from the mouths of my babes because I had dared utter my honest thoughts like a free man, that I was to continue to edit the Express so long as I liked, they came fawning about me like a lot of spaniels afraid of the lash. But not one of them ever tried to convert me. Not one of them ever tried, by kindly argument, to convince me that I was wrong. Not one of them ever invited me to church or prayed for me, so far as I could learn. Perhaps they thought I was past redemption. Slattery cautions you not to send your children to convent schools, declaring that he never yet saw a nun who was an educated woman. That statement, standing alone, ought to convince everyone blessed with a thinking apparatus that Slattery's a fraud. Some of the best educated women in this world have entered convents. Women upon whose tuition fortunes have been expended are now making convent schools deservedly popular with the intelligent people. He says ignorance is the correlative of Catholicism, and points to Spain as proof of this startling assertion. There was a time when Spain stood in the very forefront of civilization, in the van of human progress, the arbiter of the world's political destiny, and Spain was even more Catholic than it is today. Nations and civilizations have their youth, their lusty manhood, and their decay, and it were idle to attribute the decline of Spain to Catholicism as the decadence of Greece to paganism. The Catholic Church found Spain a nation of barbarians and brought it up to that standard of civilization where a Spanish monarch could understand the mighty plans of Columbus. It was Her Catholic Majesty, Queen Isabella, who took from her imperial bosom the jewels with which to buy a world, who exchanged the pearls of the Orient for the star of empire. The Catholic Church found England a nation of barbarians and brought it up, step by step, until Catholic barons wrung from King John at Runnymede the Great Charter, the mother of the American Constitution. It found Ireland a nation of savages, and did for it what the mighty power of the Caesars could not, brought it within the pale of civilization. But for the Roman Catholic Church, Slattery might be wearing a breechclout, digging roots with his fingernails, and gorging himself with raw meat in Ireland today, instead of insulting the intelligence of American audiences and wringing money from fanatics and fools by warring upon the political institutions of their fathers. Slattery was horrified to learn that some of the nuns were inclined to talk about each other. I sincerely trust that he will find none of the Baptist sisters addicted to the same habit. From what I could gather of his discourse before I was put out, and from the report of his alleged wife's lectures, I inferred that this delectable twain impeached the virtues of the Roman Catholic sisterhoods. Malice, like death, loves a shining mark, and there is no hate so venomous as that of the apostate. But before giving credence to such tales, let me ask you, why should a woman exchange the brilliant parlor for a gloomy cell in which to play the hypocrite? Why should a cultured woman of gentle birth deliberately forego the joys of wife and motherhood, the social triumph and the freedom of the world, and condemn herself to a life of labor, a dreary round of drudgery, if her heart's impure? For shame! Who is it that visits the slums of our great cities, ministering to the afflicted, comforting the dying, reclaiming the fallen? When pestilence sweeps over the land, and mothers desert their babies, and husbands their wives, who is it that presses the cup of cold water to the feverish lip, and closes the staring eyes of the deserted dead? Who was it that went upon the southern battlefields to minister to the wounded soldiers, followed them to the hospitals, and tenderly nursed them back to life? The Roman Catholic sisterhoods. God bless them. One of those angels of mercy can walk unattended and unharmed through our reservation at midnight. She can visit with impunity the most degraded dive in the Whitechapel district. At her coming, the ribald song is stilled, and the oath dies on the lips of the loafer. Fallen creatures reverently touch the hem of her garments, and men steeped in crime to the very lips involuntarily remove their hats as a tribute to noble womanhood. The very atmosphere seems to grow sweet with her coming, and the howl of hell's demons to grow silent. None so low in the barrel-house, the gambling hell, or the brothel, as to breathe a word against her good name. But when we turn to the Baptist pulpit, there we find an inhuman monster, clad in God's livery, saying, "Unclean! Unclean!" God help a religious denomination that will countenance such an infamous cur. As a working journalist, I have visited all manner of places. I have written up the foulest dives that exist on this continent, and have seen sisters of charity enter them unattended. Had one of the inmates dared insult them, he would have been torn to pieces. And I have sat in the opera house of this city, boasting itself a center of culture, and heard a so-called man of God speak flippantly of the Catholic sisterhoods, and professing Christians applaud him to the echo. Merciful God, if heaven is filled with such Christians, send me to hell with those whose sins are human. Better everlasting life in a lake of fire than enforced companionship in paradise for 1 hour with the foul harpies that groaned all man to Slattery's infamous utterances. God of Israel, to think of those unmanly scabs, those psalm-singing vultures, are Americans and our political brethren. I know little about the private lives of the Catholic priesthood, but this I do know. They were the first to plant the standard of Christian faith in the New World. They were the first to teach the savages something of the blessings of civilization. I do know that neither hardship nor danger can abate their holy zeal, and that hundreds of them have freely given their lives in the service of the Lord. And why should a man devote his body to God and his soul to the devil? I do know that one of them has given us the grandest example of human sacrifice for others' sake that this great world affords. Even Christ prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane, "If it be possible, let this cup pass from me." But Father Damien pressed a cup even more bitter to his own lips and drained it to the dregs, died for the sake of suffering mortals, a death to which the cross were mercy. The Protestants admit that they are responsible for the inoculation in the simple Sandwich Islanders with leprosy. Yet when those who fell victims to the foul disease were segregated, made prisoners upon a small island in the mid-Pacific, not a Protestant preacher in all of the earth could be found to minister to them. The Lord had called them all into his vineyard, but it appears that he didn't call a blessed one of them to that leper colony where people were rotting alive, with none to point them to that life beyond the grave, where all the sins and corruptions of the flesh are purged away, and the redeemed stand in robes of radiant white at the right hand of God. I blame no man for declining the sacrifice. To set foot upon that accursed spot was to be declared unclean, and there confined until death released you. Death by leprosy, the most appalling disease in all the dreadful catalogue of human ills, the most dreadful arrow in the quiver of the grim destroyer. Yet Father Damien, a young Roman Catholic priest, left home and country and all that life holds dear, and went deliberately forth to die for the afflicted barbarians. There he reared an humble temple with his own hands to the God of his fathers. There, through long years of confinement, he ministered to the temporal and spiritual wants of the afflicted. There he died, as he knew he must die, with his fingers falling from his hands, his flesh from his bones, a sight to appall the very imps of hell. No wonder the Protestant ministers held aloof. Merciful God, I'd rather be crucified. We are all brave men when the war drum throbs and the trumpet calls us to battle beneath the eyes of the world, when touching elbows with our fellows and clad in all the glorious pomp and circumstance of war, we seek the bubble of fame e'en at the cannon's mouth. When the music of the battery breeds murder in the blood, the electric order goes ringing down the line, is answered by the thrilling cheer. The veriest coward drives the spur deep into the foaming flank, and plunges like a thunderbolt into the gaping jaws of death, and to the mouth of hell. But when a man was wanted to go forth alone, without blare of trumpet or drum, and become a life prisoner in a leper colony, but one in all the world could be found equal to that supreme test of personal heroism, and that man was a Roman Catholic priest. And what was his reward? Hear what Thomas G. Sherman, a good Protestant, says in the New York Post. Quote, "Before the missionaries gained control of the islands, leprosy was unknown. But with the introduction of strange races, leprosy established itself and rapidly increased. An entire island was properly devoted to the lepers. No Protestant missionary would venture among them. For this I do not blame them, as no doubt I should not have had the courage to go myself. But a noble Catholic priest consecrated his life to the service of the lepers, lived among them, baptized them, educated them, and brought some light and happiness into their wretched lives." Stung by the contrast of his example, the one remaining missionary, a recognized and paid agent of the American Board, spread broadcast the vilest slanders against Father Damien. So it appears that the world is blessed with two Slatteries. There are three kinds of liars at large in the land: the harmless Munchausen, who romances for amusement, and whose falsehoods do no harm; the Machiavellian liar, whose mendacity bears the stamp of original genius; and the stupid prevaricator, who re-chews the fetid vomit of other villains simply because he lacks a fecund brain to breed falsehoods to which he may play the father. And Slattery's a rank specimen of the latter class. When he attempts to branch out for himself, he invariably comes to grief. After giving a dreadful account of how Catholics persecute those who renounce the faith, declaring that they were a disgrace to the Church while within its pale, he produced a certificate from a Philadelphia minister to the effect that he, the Philadelphian, had visited Slattery's old parish in Ireland, and the Catholics there declared that he was a good and faithful priest. What Slattery seems to lack to become a first-class fraud is continuity of thought. He lies fluently, even entertainingly, but not consistently. The apostate priest would have the various Protestant denominations throw down the bars that separate them and mark off their theological bailiwicks with little beds of flowers. The idea is a good one, but I can wonder where Slattery stole it. Still, I can see no cogent reason for getting all the children together in happy union and leaving their good old mother out in the cold. Throw down all the bars, and let every division of the great army of God, whether wearing the uniform of Buddhist or Baptist, Catholic or Campbellite, Methodist or Mohammedan, move forward with faith its sword, hope its ensign, and charity its shield. Cease this foolish internecine strife at which angels weep. Swing into line as sworn allies, and at the command of the great captain, advance your standards on the camp of the common foe. Wage war not upon each other, but on poverty, ignorance, and crime, hell's great triumvirate, until this beautiful world's redeemed and bound in very truth with gold chains about the feet of God. End of section 38. Brann's reply to Slattery.
Section 39 of the Complete Works of Brann the Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2019. The Complete Works of Brann the Iconoclast, Volume 12, Section 39, The Local Option Lunacy. Mr. Brann was billed to lecture at Hillsboro, Texas, on the eve of the local option election. The Antis took possession of the Opera House and changed his subject. Following is a synopsis of his address. Ladies and gentlemen, I came here to talk on gall, and I find that I must speak on prohibition, a distinction without a difference. I hold in my hand a printed challenge from the Prohib Committee to meet Honorable W.K. Homan in joint debate tonight, a challenge issued when they were all well aware that I was to lecture here this evening. They felt certain that I would not forego a lecture fee to mix it with them without money and without price, but they didn't know their man. I'm always willing to make some sacrifice to secure the luxury of a red-hot intellectual scrapping match. We propose to make it a midshipman easy duel, a three-cornered fight, Brothers Homan and Benson versus the Apostle, but they wiggled in and they wiggled out. They temporized and tergiversated until we saw there wasn't an ounce of fight in the whole Prohibition crew, that after their flamboyant defy, we couldn't pull 'em into a joint debate with the span of mules and a log cabin. I last saw Brother Bill Homan at Hubbard City. He was getting out of town on the train I got in on, after promising that he would remain over and meet me. In his harangue the night before, he told his auditors that I'd simply, quote, abuse the church and make ugly faces, end quote. Well, I didn't abuse the church on that occasion, nor upon any other, albeit I sometimes make it a trifle uncomfortable for some of its unworthy representatives. I cannot help making ugly faces. It's my misfortune, not my fault. I was born good, and Brother Bill was born beautiful. He's the Adonis of the rostrum, the Apollo Belvedere of the bema. He's so dod-gasted pretty that the children cry for him. Had he come to earth 2,000 years ago, some Grecian goddess would have stolen him. Brother Bill couldn't make an ugly face if he tried. If he ever catches sight of his own pulchritude as reflected in some translucent lake, I much fear that he'll meet with the fate of Narcissus. Some of you prohibs don't know who Narcissus was. Well, he was one of those fellows whom cold water killed. I'm no professional anti-prohibition spouter and have been jumped up here without preparation, but it occurs to me that it requires no careful rehearsal of set orations before an amorous looking-glass, no studied intermingling of pathos, bathos, and blue fire to demolish the prohibition fallacy. Liberty is ever won by volunteers. The shackles of political and religious slavery are forged by the hands of hirelings. Prohibition cannot withstand the light of logic, the lessons of experience, nor the crucible of the commonest kind of common sense. Milton tells us that the angel Ithuriel found the devil squat like a toad, distilling poison in the ear of sleeping Eve, that he touched the varmint with his spear, and forthwith Satan resumed his proper shape and fled shrieking out of paradise. Prohibition is another evil spirit that is breeding trouble in man's Eden, but when touched by the spear point of legitimate criticism, its disguise falls away, and we see instead of a harmless toad a malicious, meddlesome matty stirring up strife and bitterness among brethren. Whenever a man opposes the plans of the prohibs, he is forthwith denounced as an enemy of morality, a slave of the saloons, a hireling of the Anheuser-Busch Brewing Association. Well, I had rather be the emissary of the saloons than the assassin of liberty, the slave of a brewer than the blind peon of ignorant prejudice, while if morality consists in attending to my neighbor's business to the neglect of my own, then I'm frenenced it, first, last, and all the time. As a good German friend of mine once remarked, "Dat peoples who lives by stones of mine shouldn't trow some glass houses, ain't it?" Who is making money out of this agitation? The professional prohibs. Did you ever know of one of these gentry making a prohibition speech except for filthy lucre, unless he was electioneering for office or taking subscribers for a cold water journal? They are the cattle who are out for the stuff. They are the mercenaries, the men who pump foul air through their faces for a fee. Did you ever hear of a man getting paid for defending the doctrine of personal liberty? Did you ever see a collection taken up at an anti-prohibition meeting to pay some important spouter for pointing out to the people their political duty? A voice in the crowd, "Nix." And you never will. These prohibition orators have the impudence to denounce me as the peon of the rum power, while I am fighting the battles of personal liberty at my own cost, yet not a dad-burned one of them will open up his head unless paid for his wind power. They are reformers for revenue only. I have noticed that as a rule, men who speak against prohibition have never been in the gutter, while those who pick up the precarious livelihood by chasing the rum demons around a stump have usually been his very humble slaves. I have noticed that the men who oppose prohibition are usually the solid, well-to-do men of the community, the heavy taxpayers, the men upon whom the schools, the churches, and the state chiefly depend for support, while those who champion it on the rostrum are usually living in some way upon the industry of others. The man who has brains enough to make money and keep it usually has too much sense to be a prohibitionist. It is the fellows who have made a failure of life, who live on donations, who weep over the world's wickedness, then take up a collection to enable them to get to the next town, who haven't sufficient moral stamina to stay sober, that are prating of prohibition. If we required a property franchise, you couldn't muster 5,000 Prohibition votes between the Sabine and the Rio Grande. And yet, we are told that licensing the saloons is a bad business investment, that it costs more than it comes to, that the way to abolish poverty is to abrogate the liquor license law. Strange that the prohibs should possess such transcendent business heads and such empty stomachs. Doubtless the drinking of liquor adds to the cost of our judiciary. Doubtless it is responsible for some crime, but the question at issue is not one of liquor drinking versus teetotalism. It is a question of drinking licensed liquor or prohibition aqua fortis. It is not a question of reducing the cost of our courts, but of making liquor bear its due proportion of the burdens it foists upon the people. I am neither the friend nor the enemy of liquor, any more than I am the enemy or friend of buttermilk. I have drunk both a third of a century, and have been unable to see that they did me any especial good or harm. I was never befuddled on the one or foundered on the other, and have managed to get along very well with both. Whether in eating or drinking, a man should keep his brains above his belt, and if he cannot do that, he's a precious poor excuse for an uncrowned king, an American sovereign. The statistics furnished by the Prohibition orators are fearfully and wonderfully made. It has been asserted in this campaign that 1 million Americans die every year of the world from the effects of strong drink, and all this great army goes direct to hell. The man who made that statement is a preacher, and presumably familiar with the Bible, but he has evidently overlooked the story of Ananias and Sapphira. I learned from the United States Census Report, which I hold in my hand, that in the very year in which this Prohibition apostle claims 1 million Americans were slain by strong drink, the statistical experts could find but 1,592 victims of John Barleycorn. The doctors have ever claimed that more people die of overeating than of overdrinking, and the census report bears out the assertion, for in the year in which 1,592 people were filed away by alcoholism, 30,094 deaths are accredited to diseases of the digestive organs. What causes indigestion? Overeating, or eating food difficult of digestion. Now I submit that if Brothers Benson, Hallman et al. Are trying to save the people of this land from premature graves and bear the stock of the coffin trust, they should direct their crusade against indigestible food, reduce the people of this nation by means of statutory law to a diet of cornbread and buttermilk. Let them bring all their ballistae and battering rams to bear upon the toothsome mince pie, the railway sandwich, the hard-boiled egg, and pickled pig's feet, that pestilence that walks in darkness. Indigestion is indeed a fruitful source of crime. It casts the black shadow of chronic pessimism athwart the sunnier soul and transforms happy homes into dens of despair. It makes men irritable, morose, and prompts them to homicide. Who can tell how much misery and crime the wretched cookery of female prohibitionists is responsible for? How the cost of our criminal courts might be reduced if these she-reformers would but attend to their kitchens and dish up for their lords and masters grub that would more easily assimilate with the gastric juices. If a man be fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils when loaded with 1/2 pint of red liquor, what must be the condition of his mind and morals when he's full of sodden pie, half-baked beans, and soda biscuits that, if fired from a cannon, would kill a bull? The theory that strong drink is an unmixed evil that must be abolished is not in accord with the genius of this government, which would give to the individual untrammeled liberty in matters concerning only himself. Experience has proven Prohibition a rank failure, and the customs of mankind from the very dawn of history brand it a rotten fraud. The people of every age and clime have used stimulants, and we may safely conclude that despite the prohibs, they will be employed so long as man exists upon the earth. Banish liquor, and man will find a substitute, even though it be opium, morphine, or cocaine. It is said that Thor, the great northern god of war, once tried to lift what he supposed was an old woman, but found to his sorrow that it was a mighty serpent, which in Norse mythology encircles the world. The prohibs are warring upon what they foolishly imagine to be a frivolous habit of man, but will yet learn that they are running counter to an immutable decree of God, are trying to alter the physical constitution of the human race by means of local option elections. So far as I am personally concerned, I would care but little if every ounce of liquor was banished from the earth and its method of manufacture forever be forgotten. But I object to having a lot of he-virgins and female wallflowers sit at my muzzle and dictate how I shall load myself. If I am an American sovereign, I propose to be supreme autocrat of my own stomach. When I want advice regarding what I shall eat and what I shall drink, I'll consult a doctor of medicine instead of a doctor of divinity. I do not oppose prohibition because I am the friend of liquor, but because I am the friend of liberty. I would rather see a few boozers than a race of bondmen. I am not interested in preserving the liquor traffic, but I am interested in the perpetuation of those principles that ennoble a people and make manly men who rely upon themselves for their social salvation rather than upon a public policy which may change with the phases of the moon or the arrival of some new demagogue from distant parts. I have but little use for men who must swing to the apron strings of a public grand dame or go to the dogs. Let us reserve the nursery for children. Men whom we cannot trust with the guardianship of their own appetites should not be allowed to run at large. How would you young ladies like to marry American sovereigns who must be tied up like a lot of mangy cayuses when white clover is in blossom to keep 'em from catching the slobbers? But the prohibs inform us the brightest men of the world are ruined by strong drink. They assure us that it is not a question of intellect, but of appetite. What was judgment given us for, if not to control our appetites? If appetite be paramount to judgment, why do we hang rape fiends? Let me tell you, the idea that the brainiest men of the world die drunkards is the merest moonshine. If only men of genius drank liquor, a one-horse still would supply the demand and be idle 6 months in the year. Take the 1,000 greatest men the world has produced, the 1,000 immortelles, and not 2% of them died drunkards, yet 98% of them drank liquor. If the prohibs had ever produced an intellect of the first class, they must have hidden it under a bushel. Its possessor is probably one of those village Hamptons or mute, inglorious Miltons of whom the poet sings. The prohibs don't run to great men, they run to gab. Stripped of all its superfluous trappings, the thesis of prohibition is simply this: some men drink to excess, therefore no one should be permitted to drink at all. The human race must reserve its inherent tastes and time-honored habits, lest some wild-eyed jay get on a jag. The question at issue, the riddle for us to unravel, is simply this: can we afford to sacrifice human liberty to save the sots? Is the game worth the candle? And if we burn the candle, will we win the game? The pros assure you that prohibition prohibits. It does. It prohibits the sale of liquor and supplies its place with coffin paint. It prohibits the sale of good, ice-cold beer and gives us 40-rod bug juice. Theories are not worth a continental when slammed against conditions. What I hear I take with a grain of salt, but what I see, that I do know. I tell you candidly that next to a pretty woman, I love a cocktail. If the liquor is good and the barkeeper understands his business, I consider it a thing to thank God for occasionally. Like religion, a little of it is an excellent thing, but an overdose will put wheels in your head. I have never yet been in a prohibition precinct where I needed to go thirsty if I had the price of a pint flask concealed about my person and my stomach could stand the poison. When high license prevailed in Hillsborough, you had a dozen saloons, each contributing to the revenues of the state, the country, the municipality, and the school fund. You voted local option in, and now you've 32 unlicensed and unregulated doggeries selling rot gut to schoolboys and contributing not 1 cent to the public revenues. The cost of your courts has increased. Drunkenness was never so common, brawls never so frequent. It is said that even fools can learn in the bitter school of experience, but there be idiots upon whom even such lessons are lost. But you say, vote local option in again, and we'll elect officers who will enforce the laws. Have you yet to learn that a law cannot be enforced that is not steadily upheld by public opinion? And do you not know that there's not a considerable town in Texas where public opinion demands, at all times, a strict enforcement of such a law? If you really desire to have a sober city, raise a purse and hire the operators of your blind tigers to place their booze on the sidewalk in buckets, accompanied by tin dippers and signs, "Help yourself, funerals furnished free." Men would then run away from the very smell of the stuff, who now sneak up dirty alleys and pay 15 cents for the privilege of poisoning themselves. On the same principle, some men, and they are not all anti-prohibs either, will leave a beautiful and charming wife to mope at home while they are flirting with some female whose face would frighten a freight train. Man is just like a dog, only more so. Perhaps a marauding old muley cow would be a better comparison. A muley cow will eat anything on this majestic earth that she can steal, from a hickory shirt to a Prohibition newspaper, and if she can't get it through her neck, she will chew it and suck the juice. That's human nature to a hair. Man values most what is hardest to get, and until you reverse the law of nature, the legitimate effect of Prohibition will be blind tigers and backdoor sneaks, the breeding of spies, and the sale and consumption of an infinitely meaner brand of booze. That liquor has done a vast amount of damage, I freely concede. But shall we banish everything that has added to the mighty tide of human ills? Then what have we left? A hole in the atmosphere. God has not bequeathed to man an unmixed blessing since he expelled him from paradise. Even woman, his last best gift, hath grievous faults. The very first one brought into this world, according to pagan legend and holy writ, was the author of all our ills. But for her we would be today in a blessed state of innocence, where mothers-in-law and millinery bills, political issues and itinerant preachers, mental freaks and professional reformers, Jim Jams and jag-cure joints disturb us not. Instead of all this toil and trouble, we would lie like gods reclining on banks of asphodel, pull the heavenly bell cord when hungry, and live on from age to age, ever young Apollos. Perhaps the Almighty made a mistake when he gave to man a wife, and another when he gave him the vine, but when he corrects him, I'll crawl off the earth. Woman has filled the world with war's alarms, and the Bacchic revel has ended in the brawl. Troy flamed because Melanos's wife was false, and Philip's all-conquering son surrendered to the brimming bowl. Ever is our dearest joy wedded to our direst woe. The same air that comes stealing round our pillow, laden with the sensuous perfumes of 1,000 flowers, rips our towns to pieces and turns our artesian wells inside out. The same rains that fructify the earth pour the destructive flood. The same intellectual power that bends nature's mighty forces to man's imperial will enables him to trample upon his brethren. The same reckless courage that breaks the tyrant's chain oft-times stains the hand with a brother's blood. The same longing for woman's sweet companionship that leads these to rear happy homes, sacred shrines from which incense mounts night and day to the throne of omnipotent God, goads those to lawless love. The empurpled juice that warms the cold heart and stirs the sluggish blood that gives to the orator lips of gold, to the poet Promethean fire, abused doth breed the hasty quarrel and make the god a beast. It was said of old that a middle course is safest and best, and the axiom still holds good. All the utopias thus far inaugurated were greased at the wrong end. The fact that since the dawn of history, aye, so far back that legend itself is lost in the shadows of the centuries, the wine cup has circulated about the social board, proves that it supplies a definite and inherent human want, that it fills a niche in the world's economy. One of the first acts of a people after passing the pale of savagery is to supply itself with stimulants. Why this is so, I do not pretend to know, but so it is, and it argues that the Prohibition apostles have tackled about as big a contract as did Dame Partington, that they had best pluck a few feathers from the wing of their fancy, wherewith to supply the tail of their judgment. The Prohibs declare that 999 out of every 1,000 crimes are caused by liquor. Suppose this to be true. Does it take the cussedness out of liquor to drive it from the front room into the back alley? Is it not a fact that the worst brand of fighting booze is dispensed at the illicit doggery? But the Prohibs are as badly at sea anent their criminal statistics as in the mortuary report. Comparatively few of the great criminals of this country ever drank liquor to excess, but a small percent of those in our penitentiaries were confirmed drunkards when accorded the hospitality of the state. When a man is convicted of crime, he naturally seeks a scapegoat. Adam threw all the blame of the apple episode on Eve, simply because liquor had not then been invented, and he could not plead an Edenic jag in extenuation. I was once interviewing a man who had just been sentenced to the penitentiary for horse theft. I thought that perhaps a cocktail would cause him to talk freer, and had one smuggled to his cell. He declined it, saying that he had never taken but one drink of liquor in his life, and that made him sick. "But," said I, "you told the court that you were crazy drunk when you committed the crime." "Yes," he replied, "I'd rather be thought a drunkard than a natural-born damn thief." That led me to investigate. I interviewed the recorder of Galveston, the chief of police, the sheriff of the county, the district attorney, and several other officials. We went over the records, and the habits of each offender were carefully inquired into. As a matter of course, the drunks and disorderlies made an imposing list, but we were unable to trace the influence of liquor in more than 3% of the serious crimes committed in Galveston City and County during 5 years. The great cry of the Prohibs is, "Save the boys, remove temptation from their path." Well, that's all right if you've got a putty boy, but if I have a boy who wanted to go on a whiz and wasn't smart enough to find the means, despite all the Prohibs in Christendom, I'd send him to the insane asylum. I was reading the other day of some college youths who were watched so closely that they couldn't obtain liquor, and proceeded to fill up on illuminating gas. If the supply of gas holds out, those youngsters are likely to develop into great Prohibition orators. If you want to keep your boy from filling a drunkard's grave, begin by getting a sure enough boy, one whose brain pan lies above instead of below his ears. Then raise him right. Don't tell him that every man who sells liquor is an emissary of hell, and that every man who drinks is a worthless sot. If you do, he'll soon find out that you are a liar without sufficient intelligence to build a dangerous falsehood, and he'll take off the muzzle. Tell him the truth, and thereby retain his confidence. Tell him that liquor is a pretty good thing to let alone, but that millions of better men than his daddy have drank it, and lived and died sober and useful citizens. Prohibition was first tried in the Garden of Eden. It proved a failure there, and it has proven a failure ever since. It is not in accord with the Christian Bible, the fundamental law of the land, or the lessons of history. Wine has been used in almost every religious rite except Mohammedanism and devil worship. St. Paul recommends it, Christ made and used it, and God saved Noah while letting all the good prohibitionists drown. The Savior came eating and drinking. Abraham Lincoln declared prohibition, quote, "a species of intemperance within itself," end quote, and a blow at the very principles on which our government was founded. General Grant, Thomas Jefferson, Horatio Seymour, and John Quincy Adams denounced it in unmeasured terms. Who's taking issue with these giants of the intellect? Red Liquor Benson of Ingenie, who has come all the way to Texas to tell us barbarians what to do to be saved, and incidentally pick up enough money to pay for another jag. Whoopee Calamity Homan, the pretty man of Dallas, whose chief argument is that I abuse the churches, which is an infernal falsehood. and Jehovah Bonerges Cranfield, an ex-bum who aspires to the presidency of the United States but couldn't be elected poundmaster in his own precinct. I have been asked why, if as much liquor is sold under Prohibition as under high license, the saloonists insist upon contributing to the public revenues. The answer's dead easy. The men who engineer blind tigers vote the Prohibition ticket. They contribute to the campaign fund. They help pay the fees of the cold water spouters and sputters. More liquor is sold under local option than under high license because of man's natural hankering for forbidden fruits. But it is sold by a different class of men and is a different kind of booze. It is sold by chronic lawbreakers, by men who have little to lose, by toughs for whom the bat cage hath no terrors. The man who is capable of straddling an unlicensed keg of bug juice in a back room and ladling out liquid hell to little boys is quite naturally in favor of Prohibition. A man of respectability who is financially responsible for offenses desires to keep within the limits of the law. That's the reason that respectable saloon men are the enemies of Prohibition. Legalize the sale of liquor and you will have some crime, no doubt. You will have paupers and criminals to provide for, but you'll have a revenue to help bear the burdens. Prohibit it and you'll have the burdens without the revenue. Permit its sale, and you will have law-abiding citizens engaged in the traffic, men who will try to make it decent, who will take a pride in the purity of their wares and the orderliness of their places. Prohibit it, and you will have a lot of lawbreakers on the one hand, selling slumgullion, made of cheap chemicals and general cussedness, and a gang of spies and informers on the other, stirring up strife and entailing costly litigation. When driven to the wall, when it is clearly demonstrated that their doctrine does not accord with the genius of this government, when it is amply proven that wherever tried it has proven an expensive failure, an arrant fraud, the prohibs fall back upon the Bible. You may prove 500 different religious dogmas by the Bible, but Prohibition is not one of them. Brother Holman declares that the Old Testament prohibits the drinking of wine. It does not, but it does not make circumcision obligatory, and a sin of omission is as bad as a sin of commission. If Brother Holman proposes to be guided by the Old Testament, I beg to suggest that he is overlooking a very important bit. The Old Testament commands no class of people to abstain from wine except the Jewish priesthood, and they only while performing their sacred offices. An angel of the Lord did command the barren Mano to stay sober a while, and she should conceive and bear a son. And I imagine that something equally as miraculous might happen to Luther Benson under similar circumstances. David recounts as one of God's mercies that he giveth water to the wild ass, and wine to make glad the heart of man. Solomon sings to the wine cup with all the ardor of Anacreon, while the prophets kept the morals of Israel toned up by threats that a lapse from virtue would prove disastrous to the vineyards. St. Paul advised bishops and old women to take but little wine. He also suggested to the first that they should not fly into a passion, and to the latter that spreading false reports about their neighbors was not considered good form. The prohibs, as a last resort, insist that the wine of biblical days was very different from our own, a kind of circus lemonade, but it seems to have gotten in its graft on old Noah in most elegant shape. If the wine of biblical times was so harmless, why did the sacred writers consider it necessary to caution people against drunkenness, bid them be temperate in all things, while avoiding teetotalism? The only beverage I can find mentioned in the Bible that affected a man like a Prohibition drink was that given Colonel Lot in the cave by his 2 daughters. It accomplished what medical men assure me was a miracle, and the prohibs run largely to the miraculous. End of section 39, the local option lunacy.
Section 40 of The Complete Works of Brann the Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. The complete works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12, Section 40, Old Glory. Address at San Antonio, July 4, 1893. Fellow citizens, I have done pretty much everything that a man may do and dodge the penitentiary, except run for office and make 4th of July speeches. Eulogizing the goddess of liberty were much like adding splendor to the sunrise or fragrance to the breath of morn. She needs no encomiast, star-crowned she stands, the glory of America, the admiration of the world. I shall make a bid for your gratitude by being brief. In July weather, the song of an electric fan and the small voice of the soda fount were more grateful to the soul than the grandest eloquence that ever burned on a Grady's lips of gold. It is customary, I believe, on July 4th, to make the eagle scream, to fight o'er again all the gory battles of the Republic, from Lexington's defeat to the glorious victory of the last election. But I am no Governor Waite, and blood to horses' bridles delights me not. I would rather at any time talk of love's encounters than of war's alarums, rather bask in the smiles of beauty than mount barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries. I have ever had a sneaking respect for Grover Cleveland for sending a substitute to remonstrate with the Southern Confederacy while he played progressive euchre with the pretty girls. His patriotism may not have soared above par, but there were no picnic ants on his judgment. Much as I love my country, I would rather be a living president than a dead hero. I address you as fellow Americans, for in this land no man of Celtic or of Saxon blood can be an alien. Whether he was born on the banks of the blue Danube or by Killarney's lovely lakes, mid Scotia's rugged hills or on the sunny vales of France, he is bound to us with ties of blood. He hath a claim upon our country, countersigned by those brave souls who, in the western wilds, gave to liberty a habitation and a name, who declared that Columbia should ever be the refuge of the world's oppressed, that all men, in whatever country born, should be equal before the law wherever falls the shadow of our flag. There has of late arisen a strange new doctrine that we should close our ports against the peoples of other lands, however worthy they may be. But I say unto you that such a policy were to betray a sacred trust confided to us by our fathers, that every honest man beneath high heaven, every worshipper at liberty's dear shrine hath an inheritance here, and when, with uplifted hand he pledges his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to the defense of freedom's flag, he becomes as much an American as though to the manor born. On occasions such as this, we of America are apt to glorify ourselves too much, to overlook the origin of those elements that made us great. When exulting over our victories in war and our still more glorious triumphs in peace, our progress and our prosperity, we should not forget that had there been no Europe, there would be no great American nation. That all the courage that beats in the blood of Columbia's imperial sons, and all the wondrous beauty with which her daughters are dowered, that all the tireless energy of which she proudly boasts, and all the genius that gilds her name with glory, were nurtured for 1,000 years at white bosoms beyond the ocean's brine. The American nation is the fair flower of European civilization, the petted child of the world's old age. Princes may be jealous of her progress, and tyrants read in her rise their own downfall. But the great heart of the people of every land and clime is hers. To her they turn their faces as the helianthus to the rising sun. She is their beacon light, their star of hope, guiding them to the glories of a grander day. It is natural, it is right that on the nation's natal day we should felicitate ourselves on the sacred privileges we enjoy, should pay the tribute of our respect to those whose courage crowned us with sovereignty and made us masters of our fate. But we should not, as too often happens, make it the occasion for senseless bravado and foolish bluster. We should rather employ it to promote goodwill among the nations of the earth, to link together in a kindlier brotherhood the various families of the great Caucasian race, to beat the barbarous sword into peaceful plowshares, and forever banish strife. I sometimes dream that God has, in his mercy, raised this nation up unto the world's salvation, the immediate instrument of his grace to usher in that age of gold, when the war drum throbs no longer, and the battle flags are furled, in the Parliament of man, the federation of the world. I delight to trace in the rise and fall of nations the finger of God, and strive to read the Almighty's plan in the historic page. In the farthest east appeared the first faint light of civilization's dawn, and westward ever since the star of empire hath ta'en its way, while each succeeding nation that rose in its luminous paths like flowers in the footsteps of our dear Lord, has reached a higher plane and wrought out a grander destiny. The cycle is complete. The star now blazes in the world's extreme west, and by the law of progress which has preserved for 40 centuries, here, if anywhere, must we look for that millennial dawn of which poets have fondly dreamed, and for which philanthropists have prayed. The awful responsibility of leadership rests upon us. We have shattered the scepter of the tyrant, and broken the shackles of the slave. We have torn the diadem from the prince's brow, and placed the fasces of authority in the hands of the people. We have undertaken to lead the human race from the slough of despond to the delectable mountains, where justice reigns supreme, and every son of Adam may find life worth living. Can we make good our glorious promises? Are we equal to the task to which we have given our hand? 10,000 times the world has asked this question, but there is neither Dodona oak nor Delphic oracle to make reply. The future alone can answer. All eyes are upon us, in hope or fear, in prayer or protest. The fierce light that beats upon a throne were as the firefly's dull flame to the lightning's flash, compared with that which illumes the every act of this champion of human progress, this knight par excellence, this Moses of the nations. It is an important role which God hath assigned to us in the great drama of life, yet into a part so pregnant with fate we too often inject the levity of the farce. While preaching equal rights to all, and special privileges to none, we pass laws that divide the people of this land into princes and paupers, into masters and slaves. On July 4th we shout for the old flag, and all the rest of the year we clamor for an appropriation. While boasting that we are sovereigns by right divine, and equal unto kings, we hasten to lay our hair beneath the feet of every scorbutic dude who hither drifts, stuck o'er with titles and hung around with strings. The soldier who serves the state demands a pension, and every burning patriot wants an office. We boast that the people rule, and office holders are but public servants. Yet more than a moiety of us would hang our crowns on a hickory limb and swim a river to break into official bondage. Here in Texas, 7 distinguished citizens are already chasing the governorship, like a pack of hungry wolves after a wounded fawn, while the woods are full of brunette equines who have taken for their motto, "They also serve who only stand and wait." Yes, our office holders are indeed our public servants, and my experience with servants has been that they usually run the whole shebang. Theoretically, we have the best government on the globe, but it is so brutally mismanaged by our blessed public servants that it produces the same evil conditions that have damned the worst. Even Americans whose forefathers dined on faith at Valley Forge, or fought at Lundy's Lane, have become so discouraged by political bossism, so heartsick with hope deferred, that they quote approvingly those lines of Pope, "For form's government let fools contest, whate'er is best administered is best." While boasting of popular government, we suffer ourselves to be led about by self-seeking politicians like a blind man by a scurvy poodle. We made partisanship paramount to patriotism, have reserved the poet's line, and now all are for a party and none are for the state. It were well for us to make July 4th less an occasion for self-glorification than for prayerful consideration of the dangers upon which we are drifting in these piping times of peace. Dangers that arise, not in foreign courts and camps, but but are conceived in sin by the American plutocracy and brought forth in iniquity by our own political bosses. We have no longer aught to fear from the outside world. Uncle Sam can, if need be, marshal forth to battle 8 million as intrepid sons as those who crowned old Bunker Hill with flame, or bathed the crests of Gettysburg with blood. Upon such a wall of oak and iron, the powers of the majestic world would beat in vain. Our altars and our fanes are far beyond the reach of a foreign foe. But the rock that recks not the thunderbolt, nor bows to the fierce simoon, is swept from its base by the unconsidered brook. No man can be a patriot on an empty stomach. No country can be secure. I care not if Moses makes its constitution and Solon frame its laws, when half its people are homeless, and brawny giants must beg their bread. As far back as history's dawn, the rise of the plutocracy and the impoverishment of the common people have heralded the downfall of the state. Thus fell imperial Rome, that once did rule the world, and need and greed are the ballistae and battering rams that are pounding today with tremendous power upon every throne of Europe, and rocking the very civilization of the world from turret to foundation stone. We have achieved liberty, but have yet to learn in this strange new land the true significance of life. We have made the dollar the god of our idolatry, the alpha and omega of our existence, and bow the knee to it with a servility as abject as that of courtiers kissing the hand of kings. As the old pagans sometimes incorporated their lesser in their greater deities, that they might worship all at once, so have we put the goddess of liberty and saving grace on the silver dollar, that we may not forget them. But before God, I do believe that this selfish, this mammon-serving and unpatriotic age will pass, as passed the age of brutish ignorance, as passed the age of tyranny. I believe the day will come, O blessed dawn, when we'll no longer place the badge of party servitude above the crown of American sovereignty, the ridiculous oriflamme of foolish division above Old Glory's star-gemmed promise of everlasting unity. When Americans will be in spirit and in truth a band of brothers, the wrongs of one the concern of all. When brains and patriotism will take precedence of boodle and partisanship in our national politics. When labor will no longer fear the cormorant nor capital the commune. When every worthy and industrious citizen may spend his declining days, not in some charity ward, but in the grateful shadow of his own vine and fig tree, the loving lord of a little world hemmed in by the sacred circle of a home. There was a time, we're told, when to be a Roman was greater than to be a king. Yet there came a time when to be a Roman was to be the vassal of a slave. Change is the order of the universe, and nothing stands. We must go forward, or we must go backward. We must press on to grander heights, to greater glories, or see the laurels already won turn to ashes on our brow. We may sometimes slip. Shadows may obscure our path. The boulders may bruise our feet. There may be months of mourning and days of agony. But however dark the night, hope, a poising eagle, will ever burn above the unrisen morrow. Trials we may have, and tribulations sore, but I say unto you, O brothers mine, that while God reigns, and the human race endures, this nation, born of our fathers' blood and sanctified by our mothers' tears, shall never pass away. End of section 40. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Section 41 of The Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. Section 41. The Lone Star. These balmy days I often recall my ideas of Texas before I had the pleasure of mingling with its people, of becoming myself a Texan. I regret to say that I had accepted Phil Sheridan's estimate of the state, an opinion that still prevails in too many portions of our common country. After living in Texas for 10 years, I paid a visit to my people beyond the beautiful Ohio. The old gentleman sized me up critically, evidently expecting to see me wearing war paint and a brace of Bowie knives. "So, young man, you're living in Texas?" "Yes, Pa." "Fell kinder thumb among them centipedes, cowboys, and other vermins, I s'pose?" "Yes, Pa." "Well, Billy, you allers was a mighty bad boy. I kinder calculated as how you'd all go to hell some day, but praise God I never thought you was bound for Texas." I assured him that were I certain hell were half as good as Texas, I wouldn't worry so much about my friends, who were in politics for their health. Texas could well afford to spend $1 million a year for a decade to disabuse the minds of the Northern people, to work it through their hair that the Southwest produces something besides Hades and hoodlums, jackrabbits and jays. Were it generally known exactly what Texas is, what her people, climate, and resources, there are not railroads enough running into the state to handle the men and money that would seek homes and investments here. The year 1900 would see 10 million prosperous people between the Sabine and Rio Grande, and it would be a people to be proud of, the young blood of America, the cream of Christendom, the brain and brawn of the Western world. The light of the Lone Star cannot be much longer hidden. It is breaking even now upon the earth. True knowledge of Texas is spreading over the icy north, spreading over the barren east, spreading over crowded Europe, and knowledge of Texas is power unto her salvation. I was north last summer and talked Texas, of course. One day a long, lank, lingering eternity of a gawk sidled up to me, as though he feared I was loaded, and said, "Great state that Texas, I s'pose." "Rather. Purty big, I hear and tell." "Look at the map." "Gee Willie Hawkins, Maria, 'tis purty doggone gosh all fire big, ain't she?" "That's whatever." "S'pose you're a gineral or corporal or somethin' 'nother when you're to home?" "Nope." "No? Jedge, perhaps?" "No, sir. I am simply a plain, everyday citizen of Texas, not even a member of the legislature or candidate for Congress." "Humph! Say, Maria, I kinder thought as how that slab-sided galoot was a lying when he said he was from Texas." He could not conceive of a Texan without a title. But Texas will come out all right. I have faith in her future, for many reasons, but chiefly because she has unbounded confidence in herself, because nowhere will you find such local patriotism, such state pride, such love of home as beneath the Lone Star. There are rivalries, but they are not born of bitterness. A Texas is all for Texas. Within the memory of living men, oppression's fangs wounded freedom's snowy breast, and from the ruddy drops Almighty God did make a star, the brightest that ever blessed the world. But ever have the clouds of calumny and the mists of malice obscured its matchless beauty. Slowly but surely the rank vapors are rolling by, and brighter and ever brighter blazes our astral emblem, born in the field of battle, its lullaby, the cannon's thunder, its cradle the hearts of the brave, its nurse necessity, its baptismal rite a rain of blood and tears. May it forever be another beacon of Bethlehem to guide us on to a grander future, a harbinger of hope and happiness, an emblem of love and liberty, and in its deathless splendor go ever shining on. End of section 41. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 42. Part 1. Of the Complete Works of Brann, The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Complete Works of Brann, The Iconoclast, Volume 12, by William Cowper Brann. Section 42, Part 1. Slave or Sovereign? Status of the American Citizen. Synopsis of an address delivered by Mr. Brann, August 10, 1895. Fellow citizens, if I had $1 million of money, carefully protected from the income tax by a plutocratic Supreme Court, I would probably not be here to inquire whether you are slaves or sovereigns. And if you could draw your check for 7 figures with any probability of getting it cashed, you would not be here to answer. You'd do just as Dives did, lean back in your luxurious chair and absorb your sangaree, while Lazarus scratched his populist fleas on your front steps and exploited your garbage barrels for bones. You'd turn up your patrician nose at the lowly proletaire, and if he did but hint that, having created this world's wealth, he was entitled to something better than handouts, you'd have an anti-communistic cat fit and denounce him as an insolent hoodlum who should be comfortably hanged. That's human nature to a hair, and you are all human, I suppose, even if the politicians do buy you with gas and sell you for gold. I tell you frankly that I'm complaining, not because of the other fellow's colossal fortune, but because I can't strike the plutocratic combination. I'm dreadfully anxious to accumulate a modest fortune of about 50 millions, that I may build a comfortable orphan asylum for that vast contingent of Democratic politicians whom the next election will deprive of their pap. I'm no philanthropist who's trying to reform the world for the fun of the thing, who's willing to starve to death for the sake of an attractive tombstone. I want to so amend industrial conditions that I won't have to hustle so hard and so long between meals. And when they are bettered for me, they will be bettered for you, and for every man who, with pick or pen, brain or brawn, honestly earns his daily bread. I want more holidays, more time to sit down and reflect that it is good to be alive, more time to go fishing, not fishing for men, but for sure enough suckers. Here in America, if the average mortal aspires to fill a long-felt want with first-class fodder, he's got to chase the almighty dollar on weekdays like a hungry coyote camping on the trail of a corpulent jackrabbit, and spend Sunday figuring how to circumvent his fellow citizen. Life with the American people is one continental hurry and rush from the cradle to the grave. We're born in a hurry, live by electricity, and die with scientific expedition. Half of us don't take time to become acquainted with our own families. We've even got to courting by telephone, and I expect to see some enterprising firm put up lovers' kisses in tablet form, so that they can be carried in the vest pocket and absorbed while we figure cent per cent, or make out a mortgage. For a score of years I had been listening to the boast of the American people that they were sovereigns by right divine. And at last it occurred to me to swear out a search warrant for my crown and go on a still hunt for my scepter, but soon found that the jewels of my throne room, the rod of my authority, and my purple robe of office were conspicuous by their absence, and I wasn't married at the time either. The American citizen is a sovereign, not to the extent of his voice and vote, but to the exact amount of Uncle Sam's illuminated mental anguish plasters at his command. Money is lord paramount, mammon our prophet, our God the golden calf. The dollar is indeed almighty. It's the Archimedean lever that lifts the ill-bred boor into select society and places the ignorant saphead in the United States Senate. It makes presidents of stuffed prophets, governors of intellectual geese, philosophers of fools, and gilds infamy itself with supernal glory. It wrecks the altars of innocence and pollutes the fanes of the people, breaks the sword of justice, and binds the goddess of liberty with chains of gold. It is lord of the land, the uncrowned king of the commonwealth, and its whole religious creed is comprised in the one verse, "To him that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance, while from him that hath not shall be taken even that which he hath." We, the people, rule in the conventions, but our delegated lawmakers have a different lord. In 1892 we demanded tariff reform with a whoop that shook the imperial rafters of heaven, and declared for the minting of gold and silver without discrimination against either metal. But our so-called public servants, instead of hastening to obey our behests, spent months manufacturing excuses for disregarding their duty. Placed between the devil of the money power and the deep sea of public opinion, they wobbled in and they wobbled out like a drunken boa constrictor taking its jag to a gold cure joint. They were like the little boy who put his trousers on t'other's side to... We couldn't tell whether they were going to school or coming home. But our doubts were all dispelled last November. They are the fellows who were going to school, to that school of experience where fools are educated. End of section 42, part 1. Section 43 of the Complete Works of Brann, The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Complete Works of Brann, The Iconoclast, Volume 12, by William Cowper Brann. Section 43. Slave or Sovereign? Status of the American Citizen. Part 2. Synopsis of an address delivered by Mr. Brann, August 10, 1895. Slave or sovereign? The last is an individual entity, a controlling power. His will is law. The first goes and comes, fetches and carries at the command of a master, creating wealth he may not possess, bound by laws he does not approve, dependent upon the pleasure of others for the privilege of breaking bread. Is not the latter condition that of a majority of the American people today? Are they not at the subsequent end of a financial hole, the sides soaped and never a ladder in sight? In a country so favored, a veritable garden of the gods, where every prospect pleases, and not even the politician is wholly vile, the lowliest laborer should be a lord, and each and all find life well worth the living. But it is not so. People starve while sunny savannas, bursting with fatness, yield no food. They wander houseless through summer's heat and winter's cold, while great mountains of granite comb the fleecy clouds, and the forest monarch measures strength with the thunderstorm. They flee naked and ashamed from the face of their fellow men, while fabrics molder in the marketplace, and the song of the spindle is silent. They freeze while beneath their feet are countless tons of coal, incarnate kisses of the sun god's fiery youth. They have never a spot of earth on which to plant a vine and watch their children play, where they may rear with loving hands lowly roof and rule. Lords of a little world hemmed in by the sacred circle of a home. Yet the common heritage in the human race lies fair before them, and there is room enough. The people of Texas do not realize how terrible is the industrial condition of the world today. How wide the gulf that separates Dives and Lazarus! How pitiful the poverty of millions of their fellow men! The Texas merchant complains of dull trade, the farmer of low prices, the mechanic of indifferent wages. Yet Texas is the most favored spot on the great round earth today. I defy you to find another portion of the globe of equal area and population where the wealth is so well distributed, where so few people go hungry to bed without prospect of breakfast. But the grisly gorgon of greed and the gaunt specter of need are coming west and south in the wake of the Star of Empire. Already Texas has begun to breed millionaires and mendicants, sovereigns and slaves. Already we have an aristocracy of money in which wealth makes the man and want of it the fellow. And year by year it becomes easier for Dives to add to his hoard and for Lazarus to starve to death. We appeal to New York for capital with which to develop our resources, and New York has it in abundance. Countless millions she is eager to let out at usury. Yet it is estimated that 10,000 children perish in that city every year of the world for lack of food. And how many are kept alive by the bitter bread of a contemptuous charity, God only knows. In 1 year, 3,000 children were debarred from the public schools of Chicago because of lack of clothing to cover their nakedness. And Chicago boasts herself the typical American city. The despised Salvation Army, trying to feed 1,000 homeless and hungry men on the sandlots of San Francisco, proves that already the curse has traveled across the continent. And people who are not only permitted to run at large, but actually elected to office, prattle of overproduction, while people are starving in nakedness, proposes to eliminate pauperism and inaugurate the industrial millennium by placing fiddle strings on the free list or increasing the tariff tax on toothpicks to relieve the country of the commercial jim-jams by means of the gold cure. And the fool killer still procrastinates. The American citizen is called a sovereign by those patriots who are preparing to sacrifice themselves on the altar of a nice fat office. And perhaps he is, but I'm free. We are frequently told that the condition of labor is better today than a century ago. That is half a truth, yet wholly a falsehood. A century ago the workman knew naught of many comforts and conveniences he now enjoys, when he happens to have a job. But that was one age, this quite another. Progress gives no man new wants, and the luxuries of one generation become the necessities of the next. To deny this, to limit the laborer to actual necessaries as measured by a former age, were to relegate him back to barbarism, to nomadism and nakedness. If we should be content with what our fathers had, then they should have been satisfied with the comforts enjoyed by their progenitors. And so on, back until man digs roots with his fingernails, attires himself in a streak of red paint for winter overcoat, and a few freckles for summer ulster. It is by comparison with his fellows, and not with his fathers, that man determines whether he's fortunate or unfortunate, whether he's receiving his proper proportion of the world's increase of wealth. A century ago there was no glaring inequality as now exists. There were no $50 million fortunes and no free soup joints. If the workman's piano was a Jew's harp and his Pullman car a spavined cayuse, his employer was not erecting palaces in which to stable his bloodstock, nor purchasing dissolute princes for his daughters to play at marriage and divorce with. If the farmer's wife wore linsey-woolsey and went barefoot to save her shoes, her neighbor did not import $5,000 gowns from Paris and put jeweled collars on her pet cur. The difference in the condition of Dives and Lazarus is more sharply defined than ever before. It is not so much the pitiful poverty of the many as the enormous wealth of the few that is fostering discontent. Pride dallying with sin begot death. Willful waste is breeding anarchy in the womb of want. The lords and ladies of the house of Have revel in luxury such as Lucullus never knew, while within sound of their feasting gaunt children fight like famished beasts for that which the breakfast garbage barrels afford. Private fortunes make the famed wealth of Lydia's ancient kings appear but a beggar's patrimony, while brawny giants must beg or steal, and starving mothers give the withered breast to dying babes. Labor now seeks employment not as a right, but as a privilege. It has come to such a pitiful pass in this land of liberty, this refuge of the world's oppressed, that to afford a man an opportunity to employ his strength or skill in the creation of wealth, a portion of which he may retain for his own support, is regarded rather as a privilege than a free contract between American sovereigns, an act of charity for which the recipient should be duly grateful. No man can be a freeman while dependent upon the goodwill of another for his bread and butter. He may be a sovereign de jure, but he's a slave de facto. And under present conditions, the more labor-saving machinery he invents, the tighter he rivets his chains. We had hoped and believed that human ingenuity was about to lift the curse laid on Adam by his angry Lord. The angel of intellect, to re-in paradise the poor slave, place his fetters on nature's tireless forces, and declare that never again should bread be eaten in the sweat of the brow. But man proposes and is sued for breach of promise. Were a man to declare labor-saving machinery and the general development of the country a curse to the poor, he would be branded as a mossback, or budding candidate for Bedlam. Yet it is unquestionably true that the further the average individual gets from the so-called blessings of civilization, the less he is affected by our boasted industrial system, the smaller his danger of starving to death. Many of us can remember when we had little labor-saving machinery in Texas, when railways were scarce as consistent Christians at a colored camp meeting. Goods were carried down from coast on the backs of burros, and a full dress suit consisted chiefly of buckskin breeches and a brace of angel makers. And we remember also that a pauper was a curiosity, that the very cowboys played poker at $10 ante with the sky for limit. The common laborer carried coin in his belt, and the merchant had money to burn. Texas has developed wonderfully during the last few decades. We now have improved machinery and extensive poor farms, railways and political rings, a $3 million capital, and an army of unemployed. We have built fine schools and finer churches, made the black man our political brother and bought his vote. We have exchanged our buckskin for broadcloth, our hair-raising profanity for the hypocrite's wine, straight corn juice for the champagne jag, and the hip-pocket court for the jackass verdict of the petit jury. But the cowboy now plays penny ante on credit or shoots craps for small coin. The common laborer carries in his belt only a robust appetite, while the merchant who dodges bankruptcy for a dozen years considers himself the special favorite of fortune. And what is true of Texas is true in greater or less degree of every state in the Union. Development, so dear to the heart of the patriotic and public-spirited citizen, has a tendency to transform an independent and moderately prosperous people into masters and slaves. But this is not the fault of labor-saving machinery, nor of capital, nor of development by itself considered. The more wealth labor creates, the more it should enjoy. When the reverse is the case, distribution is at fault. The substitution of expensive machinery for hand labor eliminated the independent artisan. His productive power was multiplied, but his independence, his ability to care for himself without the cooperation of large capital, was gone. The wheelwright could not return to his shop, nor the shoemaker to his last, and live in comfort. Competition with the iron fingers of the great factory were impossible. Labor must now await the pleasure of capital. The creature has become lord of its creator. The fierce competition of idle armies forces wages down, and slowly but surely the workman is sinking back to the level occupied before the cunning brain of genius harnessed the lightning to his lathe, and gave him nerves of steel and muscles of brass with which to fight his battle for bread. With the improved machinery with which he is provided, the American workman can create as much wealth in a week as he need consume in a month. But he goes down on his knees and thanks God and the plutocracy for an opportunity to toil 300 days in the year for a bare subsistence. Unfortunately, I have no Catholicon for every industrial ill, but the political drug stores are full of 'em. All you've got to do is to select your panacea, pull the cork, and let peace and plenty overflow a grateful land, so we're told. Instead of the cure-me-quicks prescribed by the economic MDs, I believe that our industrial system has been doped with entirely too many drugs. I'd throw physic to the dogs, exercise a little common sense, and give nature a chance. There's an old story of an Arkansas doctor who invariably threw his patients into fits because he was master of that complaint. But the economic MDs can't even cure fits. When they attempt it, the patient goes into convulsions. Instead of going to so much trouble to bar out cheap goods by means of tariff walls, I'd bar out cheap men. If you're making monkey wrenches at $2 a day, and some fellow abroad is building 'em for 50 cents, your boss comes to you and says, "Jim, we've got to have a tariff to keep out the product of pauper labor, or our nether garments ripped from narrative to neckband. I can't pay you $2 and compete with an employer who pays but 50 cents. That sounds reasonable, and you swing back on the GOP tow line and lay a tariff tax on monkey wrenches that looms up like an old-time Democratic majority in Texas. And while you are burning ratification tar barrels and trying to shake hands with yourself in the mirror at the Mechanics' Exchange, that 50-cent fellow crosses the briny and robs you of your bench. Your old employer is protected all right, but where do you come in? You don't come in. You simply stand out in the industrial norther. You count the railroad ties from town to town while your wife takes in washing, your daughter goes to work in a factory at $2 a week, and your son grows up an ignorant Arab and gets into ward politics or the penitentiary. You can't compete with the importation because you've been bred to a higher standard of living. You must have meat 3 times a day, a newspaper at breakfast, and a new book, or the Iconoclast, after supper. You must have your plunge bath and spring bed, your clean shave and Sunday shirt. How can you hope to hold your job when a man is bidding for it, who takes up his belly band for breakfast, dines on slumgullion, and sucks his breath for supper, to whom literature is an unknown luxury, a bath a deplorable accident, and a crummy old blanket a comfortable bed? You can't do it, and if you'll take the apostles' advice, you'll quit trying. No, I wouldn't prevent the immigration of worthy Europeans, men of intelligence, who dignify labor. We have millions such in America, and they are most estimable citizens. Our ancestors were all Europeans, and that man who is not proud of his parentage should have been born a beast. But I'd knock higher than Gilderoy's kite the theory that America should forever be the dumping ground for foreign filth, that people will be warmly welcomed here whom no other country wants and the devil wouldn't have. We have made American citizenship entirely too cheap. We permit every creature that can poise on its hind legs and call itself a man to sway the scepter of American sovereignty, to become an important factor in the formation of our public polity. And then, with this venal vote on the one hand, eager to be bought, and the plutocrat on the other, anxious to buy, we wonder why it is that the invariable tendency of our laws is to make the rich man a prince and the poor man a populist, while we are great only in that strange spell, a name. In this work of reform, we've got to begin at the bottom, with the body politic itself. You can't make a silk purse of a sow's ear, nor sovereigns of men who were born to be slaves. We've got to grade up, or we're gone. Only superior intelligence is capable of self-government. Ignorance and tyranny go hand in hand. You may theorize until the bottomless pit is transformed into a skating park. You may vote tariffs high or low, and money hard or soft. You may inaugurate the single tax, or transform the American Republic into a commune. But the condition of the hewers of wood and the drawers of water will never be permanently bettered while ignorance and vice have access to the ballot box. We have carried the enchanting doctrine of political equality entirely too far and are paying the penalty. The rebound from the monstrous doctrine of the divine right of monarchs has hurried us into equal error. Disgusted with the rottenness of the established religion, the French people once crowned a courtesan as goddess of reason. Maddened by the insolence of hereditary officialism, our fathers placed the rod of power in the hoodlum's reckless hand, and bound upon the stupid brow of hopeless nescience Columbia's imperial crown. That the greater must guide the lesser intelligence is nature's immutable law. To deny this were to question our right to rule the beast and God's authority to reign king of all mankind. Self-preservation will yet compel us to guard the sacred privileges of American sovereignty as jealously as did Rome her citizenship. Do this, and all other needed reforms will follow as surely and as swiftly as the day God follows the dawn. Knowledge is power. When those who vote fully understand that every dollar expended by government, federal, state, or municipal, must be created by the common people, that first or last labor must furnish it forth, we'll cease having billion-dollar Congresses. We'll cease paying $140 million per annum in federal pensions. We'll cease wasting a king's ransom annually in pretending to improve intermittent creeks and impossible harbors solely for political navigation. We'll cease borrowing money in time of peace to bolster up that foolish financial fetish known as the gold reserve. We'll cease making so many needless laws and paying aspiring patriots fat salaries to harass us with their enforcement. We'll cease exempting from taxation the $500,000 church and laying a heavier mulct on the mechanic's cottage and the widow's cow. We'll cease paying preachers $5 a minute to stand up in our legislative halls and insult Almighty God with perfunctory prayers. We'll cease building so many palatial prisons where thieves and thugs may be cared for at the expense of honest people, but will divide criminals into classes, those who should be peremptorily hanged and those who should be whipped and turned loose to hustle their own hash. Nothing knocks the sawdust out of false sentiment so quickly as the realization that it's an expensive luxury and that we must pay the freight. Billion-dollar Congresses, eh? Do you know what that means? There are less than 15 million wealth creators in this country, and the last farthing of it comes out of their pockets, something over $66 apiece. If you had it in silver dollars, and I suppose that most of you would accept silver, you couldn't count it in a century. Lay the coins edge to edge, and they'll belt the world. Pile them on top of each other, and you'll have a silver shaft more than 1,750 miles high. Sand your hands and climb it. Perchance from the top you'll see many things, among others what is oppressing the poor. And while up in that rarefied atmosphere, where the vision is good and thinking probably easy, you will look around for those other pyramids of expense annually erected by state, county, and municipal government, then come down firm in the faith that if this isn't a great government, it ought to be, considering what it costs. No wonder the workman carries in his pocket only an elegant assortment of hulls. We're governed entirely too much. Officialism is becoming a veritable old man of the sea on the neck of labor's Sinbad. About every fifth man you meet is a public servant of some sort, and you cannot get married or buried, purchase a drink, or own a dog, except with a by your leave to the all-pervading law of the land. In some states, suicide itself is an infraction of the criminal code. And if the police don't cut you down in time to put you in jail, the preachers will send you to hell. Every criminal law this state and county and city needs can be printed in a book no larger than the Iconoclast, and that's so plain that he who runs may read and reading understand. And when so printed and so understood, without the possibility of misconstruction, they could be enforced at 1/5 the cost of the present judicial failure. We have so many laws and so much legal machinery that when you throw a man into the judicial hopper, not even an astrologer can tell whether he'll come out a horse thief or only a homicide, or whether the people will weary of waiting on the circumlocution office and take a change of venue to Judge Lynch. This can never be a land of religious liberty. The atheist can never be considered as on a political parity with his ultra-orthodox brother until we compel church property to bear its pro rata of the public burdens. And right here, let me say a word about the apostle. I have been accused by people for whom no cherry tree blooms or little hatchet is ground, of being a rank atheist and a red flag anarchist. It has been broadly intimated that I'm trying to rip the Christian religion up by the roots, rob trusting hearts of their hope, and deprive the preacher of his daily bread. Now I might just as well confess to you that I'm no angel. If I were, I'd fly out of Texas till the bifurcated Democratic Party has another harmony deal. When you hear people denouncing me as an atheist, just retire to your closet and pray, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And you might add that nobody cares. No mortal son of Adam's misery can produce one line I ever wrote, or quote one sentence I ever uttered disrespectful of any religion, and that's more than you can say of most of the ministers. But it is not right. It is not just that the little holdings of the poor should be relentlessly taxed and costly temples exempted, palatial edifices in which polite society pretends to worship one who broke bread with beggars and slept in the brush. Such an arrangement signifies neither good religion nor good sense. It's the result of sanctified selfishness. I believe in taxing luxuries, and a costly church is not a necessity. At least Christ did not think so, for he never built one. Congregations that can afford to erect fine churches and export saving grace to the pagans of foreign climes can afford to pay taxes and thereby help American heathen out of the hole. 1 million men out of employment, pacing our streets in grim despair. 1 million children coming up in ignorance and crime. 1 million women hesitating between the wolf of want and the abundance of infamy. And the church, supposed to be God's ministering angel, crying, "Give, give." If you can't give much, give little. Remember the widow's mite, so acceptable to a pauper deity. Give for what? To build fine temples in whose sacred shadows will lurk the gaunt specter of famine and the grisly gorgon of crime. To buy grand organs and costly bells, to peal praises to one who had nowhere to lay his head. To pay stall-fed preachers $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 a year to expound the doctrine of a poor carpenter who couldn't have kept a silver dollar in his jeans a single day while there was poverty and suffering in the world. While the wealth producer is robbed, to pension millionaires who suffered mental anguish because of the draft, and to administer worse than useless laws, still the amount so unnecessarily abstracted would be but a mere bagatelle if labor was steadily employed and reaped its just reward. With the mighty energies of this nation in full play and the wealth remaining with its producers, we could give even all the candidates an office, with plenty to get and little to do, and still have pie in the pantry and corn in the crib. There is something more the matter than governmental waste. There's something radically wrong. In tracing the causes of panics and periods of business depression, we invariably find our currency more or less at fault. Now don't get frightened. I'm not going to dose you with free silver nor give you the gold cure. This is neither Coin's financial school nor a gold bug incubator. The currency question is one you know all about. Everybody does, especially the corner grocery politician. He understands it from A to Izzard, knows almost as much about it as a hello girl does of the nature of electricity. Professor Jevon truly says that a kind of intellectual vertigo appears to seize people when they talk of money. Perhaps the goddess of liberty on the silver dollar has 'em trilbyized. We hear a great deal of late about the science of money. It's supposed to be something very esoteric, something that a fellow can only master by drawing heavily on his gray matter, by working his think machine up to the limit and sweating blood. Now let me tell you that there is no science of money, any more than there's a science of harvesting hoop poles or fighting flies. When a man begins to give you an interminable song and dance about the science of money, just you send for the police and have him locked up as a dangerous lunatic. Here's a ticket good for so many meals at a restaurant, an order for so much wealth, and here's a silver dollar. No, 'tisn't. It's a check on on a resort. In fact, on a saloon. An IOU for 12.5 cents. The price of a cigar, or something, I suppose. Man should not live by bread alone. Now what's the difference between this ticket and check and the currency issued by the government? Simply this. These are the IOUs of individuals' money, the IOUs of the entire American people. These are orders for certain kinds of wealth at particular places. Money is an order for all kinds of wealth at any place within the jurisdiction of the federal government. This ticket is the check of one American, drawn against his personal wealth and credit. This bill is the check of all Americans, drawn against the collective wealth and credit of the nation. That's all the difference between a cocktail check and a coin, between a meal ticket and a $10 bill. Neither is worth a rap until it can be redeemed. Like sanctification caught at a camp meeting, there must be a hereafter to it, or it's a humbug. But don't you medalists take that as a premise and jump at conclusions, or you're liable to sprain your logical sequence. What kind of redemption did I have in view when I acquired this this ticket? I expected that it would be redeemed in something that would expand my surcingle and enable me to cast a shadow in eggs and oleomargarine, cornbread and buttermilk. And if so redeemed on demand, is it not a good ticket? Is it not worth its face? What kind of redemption did I expect when I acquired this bill? I expected it to be redeemed in the necessaries of life, or possibly the luxuries. Who issued it? The government. Who's the government? The people. And when the people have given me bread and butter, tobacco and transportation, clothing and cocktails, and afforded me police protection to the extent of my $10, hasn't it been redeemed in the manner I anticipated, in the only way in which money can be redeemed? If I exchange this bill for a gold eagle, what have I got? Another governmental drink check or meal ticket that awaits redemption. And there you have the whole science of money, over which politicians have so long puzzled their brains that their think tanks have got full of logical wiggle-tails. A dollar, whether it be made of gold, silver, or paper, is simply an order which the people in their official capacity give against all the wealth, actual and potential, of the nation. And unless the holder can get it promptly redeemed in food and clothing, he's in a terribly bad fix. Every few years, our industrial system gets the jim-jams. Capital flies to cover, factories close, and labor goes tramping across the country seeking honest employment and receiving a warm welcome from militia companies with shotted guns. Cheerful idiots begin to prattle of overproduction, the economic MDs to refurbish all the old remedies, from conjure bags to communism. They all know exactly what caused the crisis and what to do for it, but despite the doctors, the patient usually survives, and the MD who succeeds in cramming his pet panacea down its throat claims all the credit for the recovery. We are slowly emerging from the crash of '93, and the cuckoos are cocksure that Cleveland hoodooed with that financial rabbit foot known as the gold reserve, that a country fairly bursting with wealth was saved from the damnation bow-wows by the blessed expedient of going into debt, that labor found salvation by shouldering an added burden in the shape of interest-bearing bonds. Hereafter, when a burro tries to lie down beneath a load that's making him bench-legged, we'll just pile a brick house or two on top of him, and with ears and tail erect, he'll strike a Nancy Hanks gait and come cavorting down the home stretch. When a statesman can see such things as that while wide awake and perfectly sober, he ought to consult a doctor. No wonder the Democratic Party split wide open, transformed from an ascendant sun into a bifurcated Biela's comet, wandering the Lord knows whither. The gold reserve, we are told, is to protect the credit of our currency. Protect it from whom? You and I are making no assault upon it. Wouldn't hurt it for the world. When we get a paper or silver dollar, we don't trot around to the treasury to have it redeemed in a slug of yellow metal. We make a beeline for the grocery store and have it redeemed in a side of bacon. Who is it that chisels desolation into the blessed gold reserve, the so-called bulwarks of our currency? The fellows who want bonds, the capitalistic, the creditor class, the men who own the mortgages and have millions of dollars corded up in bank, the men who have most to lose by any bobble in the credit of our currency. And every time the capitalist tries to hoist himself with his own petard, the administration smothers the blaze with a block of interest-bearing bonds. If he wants to make a skyrocket of himself, Let him kerosene his coattails and apply the match. If the gold reserve were really necessary to the credit of our currency, capitalists would no more make war upon it than they would bestride a buzzsaw making 1,000,000 revolutions a minute. Instead of systematically draining it, they would, whenever it struck the danger line, gather all the gold they could get and send it on to Washington. The capitalists are not crazy. They've simply got a soft snap in that bulwark business and are working it for all it's worth. Calico is sold by the yard, kerosene by the gallon, coffee by the pound. These measures are immutable, and those who buy and sell by them make their contract in perfect confidence. But suppose they altered from day to day or from year to year, the yard ranging from 25 to 50 inches, the pound from 10 to 20 ounces. Would our exchanges be effected without much friction, think you? Would not such a ridiculous system of weights and measures paralyze exchange and demoralize industry? Would not those who could juggle the system to suit themselves, buying by a long and selling by a short yard, accumulate colossal fortunes at the expense of the common people? Would we not have panics in plenty and depressions galore? Well, that is exactly what is happening to the dollar, our measure of value, the most important of all our trade tools. And mark you, a change in the purchasing power of the dollar is equivalent to an alteration of every weight and measure employed by commerce. Understand? When the purchasing power of the dollar expands or contracts, it has the same effect on exchange as would the expansion or contraction of the yard, the gallon, and the pound. A shifting measure of value is the nigger in our industrial woodpile. We have got to have a measure of value that's as immutable as our measure of quantity. A dollar as reliable as an official pound. A dollar that's the same yesterday and today and forever before we see the last of these panics and periods of business depression. We have got to have a currency that will adapt itself automatically and infallibly to the requirements of commerce, that will constitute an ever-effective exchange medium before we can obtain a smooth-working industrial machine and the maximum employment of labor. We know from experience that gold will not supply us with such a currency, that silver will not do it, that bimetallism will not do it, that greenbackism, as we understand the term, will not come within a mile of it. Then what will do it? That's the problem. Solve it, and you forever put an end to commercial panics in a land of plenty. You deprive capital of its power to oppress labor. You assure industry a constant friend where it has so often found an insidious foe. Solve it, and Columbia can furnish happy homes for half the world, homes unhaunted by the wolf of want, but crowned with sweet content and gilded with freedom's glory. For a century, economists have been seeking the solution of this all-important problem. Even conservative old Adam Smith dreamed of the emancipation of the world from the multifarious ills of metallic money. But we still cling with slavish servility to the silver of Abraham and the gold of Solomon. I do not claim to have found the philosopher's stone, for which so many wiser men have sought in vain, but the currency plan I proposed in 1891, and which was again outlined in the Iconoclast for May of this year, has been carefully examined by the ablest financiers of Europe and America, and they have been unable to point out a fundamental fault. It is known as the interconvertible bond currency plan, by which our circulating media would be bottomed on the entire wealth of the nation, instead of upon fragments of metal of fluctuating value, by which the volume of the currency would depend, not upon the fecundity of the mines, the fiat of Congress, or the greed of Wall Street, but upon the needs of commerce itself. By this plan, the proportion between the money work to be done and the money available to do it is always the same. Hence, it would afford an immutable measure of value. In studying the plan, it is well to bear in mind that our foreign trade, that boogeyman of the medallist, has no more to do with our currency than with our pint cups and bushel baskets, no more than with our language and religion; that we can pay our foreign debts and collect our foreign credits only in commodities; that the prattle indulged in by the medallists anent "money that is good the world over" is mere goose speech; that there is no such money. We buy and sell with England and France to the extent of tens of millions annually. Yet I haven't seen a British guinea or a French franc in 15 years. And if you had a foreign coin and should go around to a resort and call for a glass of buttermilk, and plank the little stranger down on the counter, the party in the white apron and Alaska dazzler would say, "What you're giving us?" You'd reply, "I'm giving you gold, money good the world over." "What is it, watch charm? This ain't no pawn shop." "But that's money." "Eh?" "Money, gold coin that maketh the heart glad." "What kind of money?" "It's a British guinea." "Well, why don't you go to Great Britain to blow yourself?" "But my dear sir, this is money of final payment. This is value itself. This does not depend on the stamp of government, but circulates throughout the world on its intrinsic merit." "Well, it don't circulate in this joint, see?" Slam your theories up against conditions before you tie to them. You all know that in this country there should be no such thing as able-bodied pauperism. You know that until the last arable acre is brought to the highest possible cultivation, every mine developed, every forest made to contribute to the creature comfort of man, there should be remunerative work for all. You know that, with the aid of wealth-creating machinery, every laborer should be able to acquire a competence to comfort his declining days. You know that until need is satisfied and greed is gorged, there can be no such thing as overproduction. That under normal conditions, when there is a plethora of necessaries, the surplus energy of the nation turns to the creation of luxuries, and the standard of living advances. You know that with such wonderful resources, touched by the magic wand of genius, the golden age of which poets have dreamed, and for which philanthropists have prayed, should be even at our doors. I hope to contribute in some slight degree to the establishment of conditions that will enable us to utilize to the utmost the free gifts of a gracious God, to the proper distribution of wealth, to the emancipation of labor, not by the law of blind force, but enlightened self-interest, not by riotous revolution, but peaceful evolution. I want to see every American citizen, in very truth, a sovereign, to whom life is a joy instead of a curse. I want to see every rag transformed into a royal robe, every hovel into a cultured home. I want to hasten, if by ever so little, the day when we can boast with the proud sons of imperial Rome that to be an American is greater than to be a king. And when we so amend industrial conditions that each can find employment at profitable prices, we do more to eliminate crime and foster morality than have all the prophets and preachers, from Melchizedek the mythical to Talmage the turgid. No man can be either a patriot or a consistent Christian on an empty stomach. He's merely a savage animal, a dangerous beast. You must get a square meal inside of a man and a clean shirt outside of him before he's fit subject for saving grace. You must give him a bath before he's worth baptizing. And when you get him clean and well clothed, fed and housed as a reward of his own honest industry, he's not far from the kingdom of God. But if you want to degrade a people beyond redemption, if you want to transform them into contemptible peons and whining hypocrites who encumber the earth like so much unclean vermin, educate them to feed on the crumbs from Dives' banquet board, and accept his cast-off clothing with obsequious thankfulness. The concentration of wealth in the hands of the few, and the impoverishment of the common people until it was the bread of charity or the blood of the revolution, has ever been the herald of moral decay and of national death. So passed the glory of Greece and the grandeur of Rome, and if we may judge the future by the past, so will perish the greatest republic that ever gleamed like a priceless jewel on the skeleton hand of time. Self-interest, humanity, patriotism, religion itself admonish us to weigh well the problem of the hour, a problem born of human progress, forced upon us by the mighty revolution wrought in the industrial world by the giant steam. And that problem is: shall the average American citizen be a slave or a sovereign? Don't imagine for a moment that I'm an anarchist, that I'm going to wind up this seance by unfurling the red flag and throwing a hatful of bombs. I admit that I haven't much respect for law. There's so much of it that when I come to spread my respect over the entire lot, it's about as thin as one of Sam Jones' sermons. Still, I don't believe in strikes and riots and bloodshed. I'm for peace, peace in its most virulent form. I've had a sneaking respect for Cleveland ever since he employed a substitute to put a kibosh on the Southern Confederacy while he remained at home to play pinochle with the pretty girls. He may not be much of a statesman in time of peace, but there's no picnic ants on his judgment in time of war. It is time that capital and labor realize that their interests are really co-mutual, as interdependent as the brain and the body. Time they ceased their fratricidal strife, and uniting their mighty forces under the flag of progress, completed the conquest of the world and doomed poverty, ignorance, and vice, hell's great triumvirate, to banishment eternal. Unless labor is employed, capital cannot increase, it can only concentrate. Unless property rights are held inviolable, and capital thereby encouraged to high enterprise, labor is left without a lever with which to lift itself to perfect life, and must sink back to barbarism. It is time that American citizens of alleged intelligence ceased trailing blindly in the wake of partisan bandwagons, and began to seriously consider the public welfare. Time they realized that the people were not made for parties, but parties for the people, and refused to sacrifice their patriotism on the unclean altar of partisan slavery. Blind obedience to party fiat, the division of the people of one great political family into hostile camps, subjection of the public interest to partisan advantage, placing the badge of party servitude above the crown of American sovereignty, the ridiculous oriflamme of foolish division above Old Glory's star-gemmed promise of everlasting unity, have brought the first nation of all world to the very brink of destruction. It is difficult for people here in Texas to understand the industrial condition of the American nation today, to appreciate the dangers upon which it is drifting. We are too apt to imagine everybody as prosperous and conservative as ourselves. Or if not so, it's because they do not vote the Democratic ticket, that panacea for all the ills that flesh is heir to. Here in Texas we have hung our second providence on the Democratic Party. It has become a religion with us. If a man is orthodox in his political faith, all things are forgiven him. But if there's any doubt about his democracy, we are inclined to regard him as an alien, if not an anarchist. Most of us enjoy the shadow of our own vine and fig tree, which it is impossible to mortgage. We feed 3 times a day, have a cocktail every morning, a clean shirt occasionally, and even when cotton goes so low it doesn't pay for the Paris green to poison the worms, we blame it on the Lord instead of on our political leaders. But it's different in other sections of the Union. America contains more than 1 million as desperate men as ever danced the Carmagnole or shrieked with brutal joy when the blood of French aristocrats reddened the guillotine. The dark alleys and unclean dives of our great cities are crowded with dangerous sans-culottes, and our highways with hungry men eager for bread, though the world blaze for it. Pauperism is rampant. The criminal class is increasing, and everywhere the serpent of socialism is leaving its empoisoned slime. Suppose that these desperate elements find a determined leader, a modern Marat, who will make the most of his opportunities for evil. How many of that vast contingent now clinging with feeble grasp to the rotten skirts of a doubtful respectability would be swept into the seething vortex of unbridled villainy? Note the failure of public officials to protect corporate property, the necessity of calling for federal bayonets and batteries to suppress labor riots, the dangerous unrest of the common people, the sympathy of the farmer, that Atlas upon whose broad shoulders rests our political and industrial world. With every quasi-military organization that throws down the gauge of battle to the powers that be, then tell me if you can, where dives may look for defenders should the rabble rise in its wrath, the bullet supplant the ballot in the irrepressible conflict between the cormorant and the commune. And what are we doing to avert the danger? Distributing a little dole and preaching patience to starving people, quarreling about the advisability of counting a quorum, or coining a little silver seigneurage, wrangling over the rights of a mid-Pacific prostitute to rule Celts and Saxons, and trying to so reform the tariff that it will yield more revenue with less taxation. We are bowing down before various pie-hunting political gods, and electing men to Congress who couldn't tell the federal Constitution from Calvin's Confession of Faith. We are sending street corner economists to state and national conventions to evolve from their innate ignorance and gild with their supernal gall political platforms which we are pledged beforehand to accept as the essence of all worldly wisdom. Our patriotism has been supplanted by partisanship, and now all are for a party and none are for the state. On July 4th, we shout for the old flag, and all the rest of the year we clamor for an appropriation. The man who is kicked by a nightmare while dreaming of the draft demands a pension, and every burning patriot wants an office. And while our ship of state is threading with unsteady course the stormy straits between the Scylla of greed and the Charybdis of need, its canvas torn by contending winds, its decks swept by angry waves, we boast of the strength of our free institutions, as though republics had never fallen, nor revolutions erased from the map of the world proud empires that imagined themselves immortal. But before God, I do believe this selfish and unpatriotic age will pass, as passed the age of brutish ignorance, as passed the age of tyranny. I believe the day will come, O blessed dawn, when the angel of intellect will banish the devil of demagogy, when Americans will be in spirit and in truth a band of brothers, the wrongs of one the concern of all, when labor will no longer fear the cormorant, nor capital the commune, when all men will be equal before the law wherever falls the shadow of our flag. End of section 43, part 2. Section 44 of the Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12, by William Cowper Brann. Section 44. Rainbow Chasers, Part 1. This is the lecture that Mr. Brann delivered and was to continue on his lecture tour, which was cut short by his death. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many things which I very cordially dislike, but my pet aversion is what is known as a set lecture, one of those stereotyped affairs that are ground out with studied inflection and practiced gesture and suggest the grinding of Old Hundred on a hurdy-gurdy. Hence, I shall ask permission to talk to you tonight as informally and as freely as though we were seated in friendly converse around the soda fount of a Kansas drugstore. And I want you to feel as free to talk back as though we had gotten into this difficulty by accident instead of design. Ask me all the questions you want to, and if I'm unable to answer offhand, I'll look the matter up later and telegraph you at your expense. With such unbounded liberty, there's really no telling whither we will drift, what subjects we may touch upon. But should I inadvertently trample upon any of your social idols or political gods, I trust that you will take no offense, will remember that we may honestly differ, that none of us are altogether infallible. Lest any of you should mistake me for an oratorical clearing sale or elocutionary bargain counter, expect a Demosthenic display, and be disappointed. I hasten to say that I am no orator, as Brutus was, but simply a plain, blunt man, like Mark Antony, who spoke right on and said what he did know, or thought he knew, which was just as satisfactory to himself. He's dead now, poor fellow. Woman in the case, of course. Shakespeare assures us that men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love. However that may be, Antony's just as dead as though he had died for love, or become a gold-bug Democrat. Yes, Mark Antony's gone, but we still have Mark Hanna. One threw the world away for Cleopatra's smile, the other threw Columbia's smile away for a seat in the Senate, and so it goes. Of the two Marks, I think Antony was the easiest. But let us take a look at our text. The rainbow is a sign, I believe, that the Prohibitionists once carried the country, and would have made a complete success of the cold water cure had not the rum demon engineered the ark. Still, it does not necessarily follow that a rainbow chaser is a fellow on the hot trail of a blind tiger. He may be one who hopes to raise the wage rate by means of a tariff wall, or expects John Bull to assist Uncle Sam in the remonetization of silver. A rainbow chaser, in the common acceptance of the term, is a fellow who mistakes shadow for substance, and wanders off the plank turnpike into bogs and briar patches. Satan appears to have been the first victim of the rainbow chasing fad, to have bolted the Chicago Convention and run for president on the reform ticket. At a very early age I began to doubt the existence of a personal devil, whereupon my parent on my father's side proceeded to argue the matter in the good old orthodox way, but failed to get more than half the hussy out of my hide. But we will not quarrel about the existence or non-existence of a party who, Milton assures us, slipped on a political orange peel. We know that frauds and fakes exist, that hypocrites and humbugs abound. Whether this be due to the pernicious activity of a horned monster, or to evil inherent in the human heart, I will not assume to say. We may call that power the devil, which is forever at war with truth, is the father of falsehood, whether it be an active personality or only a vicious principle. Under the direction of this devil, real or abstract, the world has gone rainbow chasing and fallen deep into the slough of despond. Conditions have become so desperate that it were well for you and I, who are in the world and of it, to abate somewhat our partisan rancor, our sectarian bitterness, and take serious counsel together. Desperate, I say, meaning thereby not only that it becomes ever more difficult for the workman to win his modicum of bread and butter, to provide his own hemlock coffin in which to go to Hades or elsewhere, but that honor, patriotism, reverence, all things which our fathers esteemed as more precious than pure gold, have well nigh departed, that the social heart is dead as a salt herring, that all is becoming brummagem and pinchbeck, leather and prunella, that a curse hath fallen upon the womb of the world, and it no longer produces heaven-inspired men, but only some pitiful simulacra thereof, some worthless succidona for such, who strive not to do their God-given duty, though the world reward them with a gibbet, but to win wages of gold and grub, to obtain idle praise by empty plausibility. They aspire to ride the topmost wave, not of a tempestuous ocean which tries the heart of oak and the hand of iron, but of some pitiful sectarian mud puddle or political goose pond. Under the guidance of these shallow self-seekers, we have abandoned the Ark of the Covenant with its brotherhood of man, its solemn duties and sacred responsibilities, and are striving to manage matters mundane on a basis of brute selfishness, with a conscience or a creed of following the foolish rainbow of a fatuous utilitaria and getting even deeper into the bogs. I have frequently been called a chronic kicker, but do not object to the epithet. There's need of good lusty kickers, those whose number one tootsie-wootsies are copper-toed, for the world is full of devilish things that deserve to die. Lest any should accuse me of the awful sin of using slang, and thereby break my heart, I hasten to say that the Bible twice employs the word kick in the same sense that I used it here. In fact, a goodly proportion of our so-called slang is drawn from the same high source, being vinegar to the teeth of pietistical purists, but quite good enough for God. Some complain that I should build instead of tearing down, should preserve and not destroy. The complaint is well founded if it be wrong to attack falsehood, to exterminate the industrial wolves and social rottenness, to destroy the tares sown by the devil, and give dollar wheat a chance to arise and hump itself. In determining what should be preserved and what destroyed, we may honestly disagree, but I think all will concede that what is notoriously untrue should be attacked, that we should wage uncompromising war on whatsoever maketh or loveth a lie. I think all will agree that this is preeminently an age of artificiality, that there is little genuine left in the land but the complexion of the ladies. Even that has been called in question by certain unchivalrous old bachelors, those unfortunates whom the ladies of Boston propose to expel from politics for dereliction of duty. Somehow, an old bachelor always reminds me of a rainbow, not because he looks like one in the least, but rather because he's so utterly useless for all practical purposes. He also reminds me of a rainbow chaser, because what he is compelled to admire is beyond his reach. When hope deferred hath made him heartsick, he begins to growl at the girls, and for the same reason that a mastiff barks at the moon. You will notice that a mastiff seldom barks much at anything he can get hold of and bite. We are solemnly assured that the world is steadily growing better, and I suppose that's so, for in days of old they crucified men head downwards for telling the truth, while now they only hammer them over the head with 6-shooters and drag 'em around a Baptist college campus with a rope. All that a reformer now needs is a hard head and a rubber neck. The cheerful idiot, alias the optimist, is forever prating of the world's progress. Progress is a desirable thing only when we make it in the right direction. It may be sure and swift down a soaped plank into wild ocean depths, or it may be with painful steps and slow toward the eternal mountain tops, where breaks the great white light of God, and there's no more of darkness and of death. Progress industrial, the productive power of labor multiplied by 2, by 10, and with such improved weapons for waging war upon the grisly gorgon of want, nearly 9 millions of the industrial army in India alone died upon their shields. Hosannas mounting in costly churches here, the starving babe tugging at the empty breast of the dead mother there, and we send to the famine sufferers many Bibles and hymn books, little bacon and beans. Bibles and hymn books are excellent things in their ways, but do not possess an absorbing interest for the man with an aching void concealed about his system. Starving people ask a Christian world for grub, and it gives them 47 different brands of saving grace, each warranted the only genuine. Most of these elixirs of life ladled out by hired missionaries who serve God for the long green, and who are often so deplorably ignorant that they couldn't tell a religious thesis from an ichthyosaurian. Progress in religion until there's no longer a divine message from on high, no God in Israel, only a fashionable pulpiteering to minister to languid minds, the cultivation of foolish fads, and the flaunting of fine feathers, the church becoming a mere Vanity Fair, or social clearinghouse, a kind of aesthetic forecourt to Hades instead of the gate to heaven. At the opposite extreme, we find blatant blackguardism by so-called evangelists who were educated in a mule pen and dismissed without a diploma, yet who set up as instructors of the masses in the profound mysteries of the Almighty. Men who would get shipwrecked in the poetry of Shakespeare, or lost in the philosophy of one of his fools, pretend to interpret the plans of him who writes his thoughts in flaming words on the papyri of immensity, whose sentences are astral fire. Progress in science until we learn that the rainbow was not built to allay the fears of the Roacian family, but is old as the sun and the sea, that bourbon whiskey drills the stomach full of blowholes, and that the purest spring water is full of bacteria, and we must boil it or switch to beer, that Havana cigars give us tobacco heart, pastry is the handmaid of dyspepsia, while even the empurpled grape is but a John the Baptist for appendicitis, that a rich thief has kleptomania and should be treated at a fashionable hospital instead of a plebeian penitentiary, while even the rosebud of beauty is a swarm with bacilli, warning the sons of men to keep their distance on pain of death. If all the doctors discovered be true, then life isn't half worth living, is stale, flat, and unprofitable as a Republican nomination in Texas. when the poet declared that men do not die for love, the doctors had not yet learned that a corn-fed kiss that cracks like a dynamite gun may be equally dangerous. I think the bolus builders are chasing rainbows, that if I wait for death until I'm killed with kisses, old Methuselah won't be a marker. Our car of progress, of which we hear so much, has carried us from the Vate's vision of Milton and Dante to Alfred Austin's yaller doggerel, to the raucous twitterings of grown men who aspire to play Persian bulbul instead of planting post holes, who mistake some spavined mule for Bellerophon's mount, and go chasing metrical rainbows when they should be drawing a fat bacon rind adown the shining blade of a bucksaw. From the flame sighs of Sappho that breed mutiny in the blood, to the green-sick maunderings of atrabilarious maids who are best qualified to build soft soap, or take a fall out of the corrugated bosom of a washboard. We now have poetry, so-called, everywhere, in books and magazines innumerable, even sandwiched in between reports of camp meetings, political powwows, and newspaper ads for patent liver pills. Oh, that the featherless jaybirds now trying to twitter in long primer type would apply the soft pedal unto themselves, would add no more to life's dissonance and despair. Most of our modern poets are bowed down with more than Wertherian woe. Their sweethearts are cruel or fate unkind. They've got cirrhosis of the liver or palpitation of the heart, and needs must spill their scalding tears over all humanity. It seems never to have occurred to the average verse architect that not a line of true poetry was ever written by mortal man, that even the Song of Solomon and the Odes of Anacreon are but as the jingling of sweet bells out of tone, a dissonance in the divine harmony, that you can no more write poetry than you can paint the music of children's laughter, or hear the dew-beaded jasmine bud breathing its sensuous perfume to the morning sun. The true poets are those whose hearts are harps of 1,000 strings, ever swept by unseen hands, those whose lips are mute because the soul of man hath never learned a language. Those we call master poets, and crown with immortelles, but caught and fixed some far-off echo of deep calling unto deep. The lines of Byron, or a Burns, a Tasso, or a Tennyson, are but the half-articulate cries of a soul stifling with the splendor of its own imaginings. But we are speaking of progress when diverted by the discordant clamor of featherless crows. I am no pectorist with my face ever to the past. I realize that there has been no era without its burden of sorrow, no time without its fathomless lake of tears, that the past seems more glorious than the present, because the heart casts a glamour over days that are dead. From the dust and glare of the noon of life we cast regretful glances back to the dewy morn, and as eve creeps on the shadows, reach further back until they link the cradle and the grave, and all is dark. I would not blot from heaven the star of hope, nor mock one earnest effort of mankind, but I would warn this world that its ideals are all wrong, that it's going forward backwards, is chasing foolish rainbows that lead to barbarism. Palaces and gold, fame and power, these by thy gods, O Israel, mere fly-specked eidolons worthy no man's worship. When we have adopted higher ideals, when success is no longer a synonym for vain show, when the man of millions who toils and wails for more is considered mad, when we realize that all the world's wealth cannot equal the splendor of the sunset sky, neath which the poorest trudge, the astral fire that flames at night's high noon above the meanest hut, that only God's omnipotence can recall one wasted hour, restore the bloom of youth, or bid the loved and lost return to glad our desolate hearts with the lambent light of eyes that haunt all our waking dreams, the music of laughter that has become a wailing cry in memory's desolate halls. When we cease chasing lying rainbows in the empty realm of make-believe, and learn for a verity that the Kendall green of the workman may be more worthy of honor than the purple of the prince, why then the world will have no further need of iconoclasts to frankly rehearse its faults, and my words of censure will be transformed into paeans of praise. Sweet as the smile when fond lovers meet, and soft as their parting tear. We have progressed from the manly independence and fierce patriotism of our forebears to a namby-pamby foreign policy that compels our citizens abroad to seek protection of the consuls of other countries from the spirit that made our flag respected in every land and honored on every sea, to the answering cackle of jingoism whenever an American manifests a love of country or professes a national pride. What is jingoism? It is a word coined by enemies of this country and used by toad-eaters. It is a term which, under various titles, has been applied to every American patriot since our grandsires held the British lion up by the caudal appendage and beat the sawdust out of the impudent brute, since they appealed from a crack-brained king to the justice of heaven, and wrote the charter of our liberties with the bayonet on the back of Cornwallis buccaneers. Its synonym was applied to Thomas Paine, the archangel of the Revolution, whose pen of fire made independence imperative, who, through 7 long years of blood and tears, fanned liberty's flickering flames with his deathless faith that the omnipotent arm of God would uphold the banner of the free. From the brain of that much maligned and long-suffering man, Columbia sprang, full panoplied, like Minerva from the brow of Olympian Jove. And what has been his reward? In life he was bitterly belied by the foes of freedom and the slaves of superstition. In death a mighty wave of calumny rolls above his grave. Greater men have lived and died and been forgotten, but a nobler heart ne'er beat and broke, grander soul ne'er struggled toward the light or bowed before the ever-living God. When the colonists stood debating whether to bear their present ills or fly to other they knew not of, he seized the gauge of battle and flung it full and fair in Britain's haughty face. When defeat followed defeat, when the newborn nation was bankrupt and its soldiers starving in the field, when coward lips did from their color fly, and men brave as Roman tribunes wept tears of grim despair, his voice rang out again and again like that of some ancient prophet of Israel cheering on the fainting legions of the Lord. And again, and yet again, the ragged barefoot Continentals set their breasts against the bayonet, until from the very ashes of defeat dear Liberty arose phoenix-like, a goddess in her beauty, a Titan in her strength. The term jingoist, or its equivalent, was applied to Washington and Henry, to Jefferson and Jackson. It was applied to James G. Blaine, the typical American of his time, a man from beneath whose very toenails enough intellect might be scraped to make 100 Clevelands or McKinleys. All were jingoes in their day and generation, because all preferred the title of sovereign to that of subject, because all believed that Columbia should be mistress of her own fate, the architect of her own fortune, instead of an appendage of England, or political orphan under a European protectorate, because all believed that she should protect her humblest citizen from wrong and outrage, wheresoever he may be, though it cost every dollar of the nation's treasure and every drop of the nation's blood. And if that be jingoism, then I too am a jingo, from Alpha to Omega, from beginning to end. Who are those who recalcitrate about jingoism? They are people who have never forgiven Almighty God for suffering them to be born American sovereigns instead of British subjects. They are those whose ideal man is some stupid forked radish, stuck o'er with titles, hung round with strings, and anxious to board with a wealthy American wife to avoid honest work. They are the people whose God is the dollar, their country the stock exchange, and who suspect that a foreign policy with as much backbone as a scared rabbit would knock some of the wind and water out of their bogus securities. It is those who would sell their citizenship for a copper cent and throw in their risen Lord as lagniappe, who are forever prating of jingoism and pleading for peace at any price. And these unclean harpies of greed and gall have been too long permitted to dominate this government. The result is that the greatest nation known to human history, the sum and crown of things, is an object of general insult. If it be rumored that we contemplate protecting American citizens in Cuba, every European government emits a growl. There's talk of rebuking Uncle Sam's presumption, of standing him in a corner to cool. If it be suggested that we annex an island at the earnest request of all its inhabitants worth the hanging, there more minatory caterwauling by the European courts, while even the Mikado of Japan gets his little Ebenezer up, and the Ahkoond of Swat, the Nizzen of Nowhere, and the Grand Giasticutus of Jimplecute intimate that they may send a yaller-legged policeman across the Pacific in a soap-box to pull the tail feathers out of the bird of freedom if it doesn't crawl humbly back upon its perch. If a fourth-class power insults our flag, we accept a flippant apology. If our citizens are wrongfully imprisoned, we wait until they are starved, shot, or perish of blank despair in dungeons so foul that a hog would die therein of a broken heart. Then humbly ask permission to investigate, report that they are dead, and feel that we have discharged our duty. Why? Because this nation is dominated by the dollar, is in the hands of those who have no idea of honor, unless it will yield somewhat to eat, no use for patriotism unless it can be made to pay. When we concluded to protect our citizens from Wyllerian savagery, instead of sending a warship to Havana to read the riot act if need be in villainous saltpeter, we had our ambassador crawling about the European courts humbly begging permission of the powers. And as we got no permission, we did no protecting. When the church people elect me president of this republic, I'll have ante-mortem investigations when American citizens are held prisoners by foreign powers. And those entitled to Old Glory's protection will get it in one time and two motions, if Uncle Sam has to shuck his seersucker and fight all Europe to a finish. I shall certainly ask no foreign prince, potentate, or power for permission to protect American citizens in the Western world. There'll be one plank in my platform as broad as a boulevard and as long as a turnpike, and it will be to the effect that the nation which wrongs an American citizen must either apologize with its nose in the sand or reach for its 6-shooter. I'd rather see my country made a desolation forever and a day, its flag torn from the heavens, its name erased from the map of the world, and its people sleeping in heroes' sepulchres, than to see it a mark for scorn, an object of contempt. In continually crying, "Peace, peace," Uncle Sam is chasing a rainbow that has a dynamite bomb under either end. If history be philosophy teaching by example, what is the lesson we have to learn? In little more than a century, we've had 4 wars, and only by the skin of our teeth have we escaped as many more. Yet we not only refuse to judge the future by the past, but ignore the solemn admonitions of Washington and Jefferson, and stand naked before our enemies. We have no merchant marine to develop these hardy sailors, who once made our flag the glory of the sea. We have a little navy, commanded chiefly by political pets, who couldn't sail a catboat into New York Harbor without getting aground or falling overboard. We have an army about the size of a comic opera company, officered largely by society swells who cannot even play good poker, are powerful only on dress parade. We have a few militia companies, scattered from Sunrise to Lake Chance, composed chiefly of boys, and commanded by homemade colonels, who couldn't hit a flock of barns with a howitzer loaded to scatter, who show up at state encampments attired in gaudy uniforms that would make Solomon ashamed, and armed with so-called swords that wouldn't cut hot butter or perforate a rubber boot. And that's our immediate fighting force. Uncle Sam is a Philadelphia tenderfoot flourishing a toy pistol at a Mexican fandango. When I succeed Mr. McKinley, I'll weed every dude and dancing master out of the Army and Navy, and put on guard old war dogs who can tell the song of a 10-inch shell from the boom-de-eye of a sham battle. I'll call the attention of my hard-shell Baptist Congress to Washington's advice that while avoiding overgrown military establishments, we should be careful to keep this country on a respectable defensive posture, and that if that advice is not heeded, I'll distribute the last slice of federal pie among the female prohibitionists of Kansas. If this is to be a government of, for, and by a lot of nice old ladies, I'll see to it that none of my official grannies grow a beard or wear their broncos clothespin fashion. And I'll warrant you that were this nation ruled by sure enough women, instead of by a lot of anemic he-peons of the money power, Columbia would not be caught unprepared when the spider's web woven across the cannon's throat shakes its threaded tears in the wind no more. To the American patriot, familiar with the rapid development of this country, it seems that the hour must assuredly come when its lightest wish will be the world's law, when foreign potentates will pay homage to the sovereigns of a new and greater Rome. But let us not be too sanguine, for nations, like individuals, have their youth, their lusty manhood, and their decay. And despite the rapid increase in men and money, there are startling indications that Uncle Sam has already passed the zenith of his power. First freedom, then glory. When that fails, wealth, vice, corruption, barbarism at last. Freedom we have won, and glory, yet both have failed. We have become not the subjects of native Caesars, but the serfs of foreign Shylocks. Wealth we now have, and oriental vice, and corruption that reaches even from the Senate chamber through every stratum of society. That we are approaching barbarism may be inferred from the magnificence of the plutocrat, and the poverty of the working people. The first reaps where he has not sown, and gathers where he has not strewn; while if the latter protest against this grievous injustice, they are branded as noisy Bryanites, or lampooned as lippy populace. To the superficial observer, a nation seems to be forging forward long after it has really begun to retrograde. There's an era of splendor, of Lucullus feasts, of Bradley Martin balls and Seely dinners. There's grand parade of soldiery and ships, miles of costly palaces, and wealth poured out like water in foolish pageantry. There's refinement of manners into affectation, dilettanteism, epicureanism, but 'tis the gilded halo hovering round decay. The heart of that nation is dead, its soul hath departed, and no antiseptic known to science will prevent putrefaction. How is it with us? 40,000 people own one half of the wealth between two oceans, while 250,000 own more than 80% of all the values created by the people. What is the result? Money is omnipotent. Power is concentrated in the hands of a little coterie of plutocrats. The people are sovereigns de jure and slaves de facto. A mongrel Anglomaniaism is spreading among our wealthy, like mange in a pack of lobo wolves. Our plutocrats have become ashamed of their country, probably because it permits them to practice a brutal predacity, and now cultivate foreign customs, ape foreign fashions, and purchase as husbands for their daughters the upper servants of European potentates, people who earned their titles of nobility by chronic boot-licking, or sacrificing their female relatives to the god of infamy. Year after year, these titled paupers, these shameless parodies on God's masterpiece, paddle across the pond to barter their tawdry dishonor for boodle, to sell their shame-crested coronets to porcine-souled American parvenus, who, if spawned by slaves and born in hell, would disgrace their parentage and dishonor their country. Our toadies and title worshippers now have a society called the Order of the Crown, composed of puppies who fondly imagine that they have within their royal hides a taint of the impure blood that once coursed through the veins of corrupt and barbarous kings. Perchance these dudelets and dudines will yet discover that they are descended in a direct line from King Adam the First, and are heirs to the throne of Eden. Our country is scarce half developed, yet it is already rank with decadence and smells of decay. Our literature is yellow, our pulpit is jaundiced, our society is rotten to the core, and our politics shamefully corrupt. Yet people say there's no need of iconoclasts. Perhaps there isn't. The iconoclast used hammers, while those who purify our social atmosphere and make this once again a government of, for, and by the people, may have to empty Gatling guns and load them with carbolic acid. National decay and racial retrogression may be inferred from the fact that alleged respectable white women have been married to black men by Eastern ministers who insist on solving the race problem for God and the South by giving to the typical American of the future the complexion of a new saddle and the perfume of a Republican powwow. When these ethnological experts tire of life, they should come to Texas. When white people lose their racial pride, they've nothing left that justifies the appointment of a receiver. We hear a great deal about race prejudice, and I want to say right here that there's just enough of it in my composition to inspire an abiding faith that the white man should be, must be, will be Lord Paramount of this planet. I promise you that when you elect me to the presidency, nothing that's black, yaller, or tan gets an office under my administration. I shall certainly not follow Mark Hanna's understudy and fill the departments at Washington with big, fat, saucy blacks, to employ white women as stenographers and white men as messenger boys. There's lots of good in the Senegambian, lots of it, but not in 1,000 years will he be fit for American sovereignty. Half the white people are not fit for it, else instead of a wooden-headed Hickius Doctius, we'd have Billy Bryan in the presidential chair today. Whenever I look at McKinley, I think of Daniel Webster, not because Bill resembles old Dan, but because he doesn't. I like the Negro in his place, and his place is in the cotton patch instead of in politics, despite the opinion of those who have studied him only through the rose-tinted lorgnette of Uncle Tom's Cabin. I also like the Anglomaniac in his place, and that is the geographical center of Old England, with John Bull's trademark seared with a hot iron on the western elevation of his architecture as he faces the rising sun to lace his shoes. As between the nigger and the Anglomaniac, I much prefer the former. The full-blooded nigger is a fool positive, but the Anglomaniac is an ass superlative. The first is faithful to those who feed him. The latter is a sneaking enemy to the country that has conferred upon him every benefit. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Complete Works of Brann The Iconoclast, Volume 12. By William Cowper Brann. Section 45. Rainbow Chasers, Part 2. Despite the optimistic cackle anent the march of science, industrial progress, and all that sort of thing, it appears to be the general consensus of opinion that there's something radically wrong. There's no lack of remedies. The political drugstore is full of panaceas, each with the trademark of some peculiar school of therapeutics blown in the bottle. Strange that all these Catholicons for earthly ills propose to inaugurate the millennium by improving the pecuniary condition of the people, as though the want of money in this or the other pocket were the only evil. Certainly a better distribution of wealth were desirable, but a general dissemination of God's grace were far preferable. Given that, all worthy reforms will follow. Without it, we will continue to chase foolish rainbows to our fall, Dives becoming more insolent, Lazarus left more and more to the care of the dogs. I do not mean that by acquiring a case of the camp meeting jerks, we will solve the riddle which the Sphinx of Time is propounding to this republic, that we will find the solution of all life's problems in the Amen corner. Not exactly. The average church is about the last place to which we need look for relief. It's too often a lying rainbow painted on the dark mist of ignorance by the devil's own artist. It promises more and performs less than a Republican candidate for Congress. I've noticed that shouting hosannas has little tendency to make one more truthful, that when a man professes himself the chief of sinners, he may feel obligated to substantiate his statement. I've never known a man to borrow any money of the bank on the unctuosity of his amen, but I have known people who could double discount Satan himself at dodging an honest debt, to weep real water because I declined to come into their sectarian penfold and be measured for a suit of angelic pin feathers. There are many church people who will slander you unmercifully for dissenting from their religious dogma, then seize the first opportunity to stick you with a plugged dime or steal your dog. There are worshippers who do not consider in outward rites and specious forms religion satisfied, but these never accumulate vast fortunes. The path to heaven is too steep to be scaled by a man weighted down with $7 million. He may be long on hope and faith, but he's short on charity, and without charity religion is as big a fraud as McKinley's international bimetallism. Charity is a word that is awfully misunderstood. If a man's income be $5,000 a year, and he gives half of it to the less fortunate, he's a pretty decent fellow. But if he reserves for himself half of a $100,000 income while people are going hungry to bed, he's simply a brute. With a world full of woe and want, what right has any professed follower of Jesus to shove $50,000 a year down his jeans? The true test of a man's charity is the sum which he reserves for himself. Hence, when John D. Rockefeller, my good Baptist brother, who's building collegiate monuments to his own memory with other people's money, reserves tens of millions in excess of his needs, and imagines himself full to the muzzle with the grace of God, he's simply chasing a rainbow that may land him in mail bowls with the dull sudden plunk of a Republican campaign promise hitting the tidal wave of prosperity. Imagine Jesus Christ with John D.'s money, loaning it at 5% a month. Why, if he'd half so much cash, he'd never have been crucified. Those who clamored for his death would have run him for mayor of Jerusalem on the reform ticket and tried to work him for his last dollar. If all who call themselves Christians were Christ-like, then indeed might there be hope for humanity. But what is there to inspire belief that the Church will ever win the world from a foolish quest of rainbows? What hope in Talmage with his nightmare visions and stertorous dreams, his pilgrimings to Palestine and rummaging among the mummified cats and has-been kings of ancient Egypt for scriptural evidence? What hope for a people so mentally emasculate that they can patiently listen to his jejune wind-jamming, can read and relish his irremediable tommy-rot? What hope in Sam Jones and other noisy ignorami of that ilk, with their wild war on dancing and the euchre deck, the drama and décollete? Be these the strongholds of Abraman in his ceaseless war on Oromasdes? Does the Prince of Darkness, who once did fill the wandering cosmos with the clangor of celestial steel, now front the hosts of heaven, armed with a euchre deck? Is Tara Boomdier the battle hem, and the theatre hat the blazing gonfalon of him who strove with omnipotence for universal empire? Does Lucifer expect to become Lord Paramount of all the gleaming worlds that hang like jewels pendant in heaven's imperial concave, by persuading some miserable son of Adam to work his toes on Sunday, dance with the girls on Monday, or play 7-up for the cigars? Oh, Jonesy, Jonesy! Would to heaven that thou and all thy brother blabsters and bubbly jocks would go hang yourselves, for you know naught of the war that rages ever like a sulphurous siroc in the human soul. Ye are but insects that infest great Yggdrasil, the ash tree that upholds the universe. One atheistical Stephen Girard playing Good Samaritan in a plague-swept city, while the preachers hit the turnpike. One deistical Tom Paine braving the guillotine for the rights of man. One Father Damien freely laying down his life for the miserable lepers of Molokai. One sweet-faced Sister of Charity bravely battling with the reeking slums of a great city, striving to drag souls from that seething maelstrom of sin, were worth legions of those sanctified lollipops who prate of sacrificing all for their Savior, yet never risk life or gold in the service of their God. Work is worship, said the old monks who carried the cross into the western wilds, despite all hardships, in defiance of all dangers, men for whom life was no Momus mask, but a battle and a march, men who sacrificed all for others' sake, accepting without a sigh disease and death as worldly reward. Those monks were real men, and real men are ever the world's heroes and its hope. The soul of a real man is never hidden behind the cowardly superficies of policy or expediency. His heart is an open book which he who runs may read. Deceive he cannot, for the lie blooms only on the lips of cowards. Public opinion he may treat with kingly contempt, but self-respect is dearer to him than life, though dowered with a monarch's scepter and all the wealth of Ormus and of Ind. There's something in the words of a woman, spoken during the Civil War, which indicates that, despite all artificiality and folly, beneath the cheap gilding and showy lacquer of life, the heart of the race still beats steady and strong; that above the infinitude of goose speech and the trumpeting of tin horns on the housetops may still be heard the ever-pealing tones of old eternity. From out the mad hell of the fight a wounded hero was borne to the hospital. Neither pain nor approaching death could break the courage of that heart of oak, but a prurient little preacher, one of those busy, smooth-bore bigots whose mission seems to be to cast a shadow on the very sun, convinced the stricken man that he was an awful sinner, whereupon he began crying out that he was doomed to be damned. The nurse, a muscular woman who believed with the old monks that work is worship, took the parson by the pendulous 8x10 ear, led him aside, and sweetly said, "Mr. Goody-Two-Shoes, if I catch you in this ward again, I'll throw you out of the window." The brimstone peddler felt that he had an urgent call to other fields. He stood not upon the order of his going, but hit the dim and shadowy distance like Nancy Hanks. He couldn't even wait to pray for his persecutor, or take up a collection. In vain the nurse strove to soothe her patient by telling him that the man who gave his life for his native land cannot miss heaven's mercy. He but wailed the louder that he was lost. "You came to me a hero," she cried, "and you shall not leave me a coward. If you must go to hell, go like a man." If Romans nursed by a she-wolf became demigods, what might not Americans be sprung from the loins of such a lioness? Milton has almost made Satan respectable by endowing him with an infernal heroism, by making him altogether and irremediably bad, instead of a moral mumwump, by giving him a heart for any fate, instead of picturing him as willing to wound and yet afraid to strike. By God's grace, I mean not the kind you catch at camp meetings with sand fleas, wood ticks, and other gifts of the Holy Ghost, but rather an end everlasting to Brummagem and make-believe, a return to the Ark of the Covenant, a recognition of that fact that the soul is not the stomach, that a man owes debts to his fellows which cannot be cast up at the end of the month and discharged with a given number of dollars. Man was not made for himself alone, but all were made for each, and each for all. The doctrine which now prevails of every man for himself is the dogma of the devil. It means universal war, shameful wrong, and brutal outrage. The strong become intolerable tyrants. The weak go to the wall. It transforms this beautiful world into a basket of adders, each biting, hissing, striving to get its foolish head above its fellows. If the Christian religion contained naught else of worth, its doctrine of self-sacrifice should earn for it the respect of every atheist in the universe. Through the fogs of ignorance and the clouds of superstition that enshrouded the biblical ages, that touch of the divine shines like a pilot's star. That Persian poet who prated of the sorry scheme of things would deserve pity were he not beneath contempt. He imagined that there was a screw loose in the universe because his quest of pleasure slipped its trolley pole and could not make the bubble joy to dance in folly's cup. Millions make continual moan that they are not happy when they ought to be thankful that they are not hanged. They shake their puny hands at heaven because not provided with a terrestrial paradise, when they ought to be giving thanks that I'm not the party who holds the sea in the hollow of his hand. I'd make good Baptists of the whole caboodle, would hold them under water long enough to soak out the original sin. A man complains because fortune doesn't empty her cornucopia into the pockets of his pantalettes while he whittles a pine box and talks municipal politics instead of humping himself behind an enterprising mule in the cotton patch. If his sweetheart jilts him, he's in despair, and if she marries him, he wishes he were dead. He has the mulligrubs because he cannot plant himself on a congressional cushion, or because he finds his wife awake and nursing a curtain lecture to keep it warm while he falls through the front fence at 5 o'clock in the morning. It seems never to have occurred to these Werterian wailers that the happiest existence is that of the lower animals, that the human being of fine brain and keen sensibilities cannot possibly be content. It is this very unrest, this heart hunger, that drives a man on to noble deeds, that lifts him out of the gutter where wallow the dull, dumb beasts, and places him among the gods. Of suffering and sorrow were born all life's beauty. The kiss of Pyramus and Thisbe is an ecstasy of pain. The hope of immortality sprang from breaking hearts. Nations rise through a mist of tears. Every great life work is an agony. Behind every song there lurks a sigh. There's an element of sadness in humor itself. The Virgin Mother is known as Our Lady of Pain. The cult of Christ is hallowed by the blood of self-sacrifice, and known as the religion of sorrow. The first breath of life and the last gasp are drawn in suffering, and between the cradle and the grave there lies a monster-haunted Sahara. Yet men choose the ignis fatuus called happiness, and mourn that they cannot cover it with a number 6 hat. They should pray the gods to transform them into contented goats, and turn them out to grass. People who cannot find happiness here begin to look for it in heaven. Eternal beatitude is another ridiculous rainbow. Nirvana is nonsense. If there be a life beyond the grave, it means continued endeavor, and there can be no endeavor unless there's dissatisfaction. The creature cannot rise superior to its creator, and the universe is the result of God's unrest. Had he been perfectly content, he would not have made me. Carlyle, not Mugwump Carlyle of Kentucky, but Thomas Carlyle of Great Britain, the lord of modern literature, says the hell most dreaded by the English is the hell of not making money. We have imported this English Gehenna duty-free, despite Mr. Dingley, and now the man who doesn't succeed in accumulating dollars is socially damned. How many of this generation can understand the remark of Agassiz that he had no time to make money? Can realize that such occupation is not the sole end of man? That time expended in the accumulation of wealth beyond the satisfaction of simple wants is worse than wasted? It is so, because from our numbered days we have stolen years that should have been devoted to soul development, filled with the sweets of knowledge, hallowed by the perfume of love, made gracious by noble deeds, because we have blasted life's fair fruitage with the primeval eldest curse. Omar strikes one true chord when he doth sing, A book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou singing beside me in the wilderness. O wilderness were paradise enow. Diogenes was content with a tub, while Alexander sat him down by the ever-moaning sea and wept his red bandana full of brine because he didn't know that the empire of Tsar Reed yet remained unconquered. And now both Diogenes and Alexander have gone glimmering through the dream of things that were. And little it matters to them, or to us, whether they fed on honey of Hymettus and wine of Falernus, or ate boarding-house hash off a pewter plate, and guzzled Prohibition busthead out of a gourd. The cynic who housed in a tub and clothed himself with a second-hand carpet is as rich today as he that reveled in the spoil of Persia's conquered king, and kicked the bucket while enjoying a case of Katzenjammer. King and cynic, tub and palace, lantern and scepter, all have perished, and he that butchered thousands to glut his greed for what fools call glory shines less brightly through the murky shadows of the century than he that made a nobler conquest of himself. The haughty empires one did rear have long since crumbled into dust. The wild goat browses in their deserted capitals, the lizard sleeps upon their broken thrones, and the owl hoots from their forgotten altars and ruined fanes. But the philosophy of the other lives on from age to age, to point the folly of such mad rainbow chasing as that of him who thought to make the world his monument. Know ye not that the poorest beggar is an earth passenger also? That thy brother, travelling his millions of miles per day, where, think you? Among the stars. For him, as for thee, does Aurora gild the morning, and Apollo hang the evening sky with banners of burnished gold. For him, as for thee, doth Selene draw the limpid waters behind her silver car around the rolling world, and Boots lead his hunting dogs afield in their leash of celestial fire. 10 centuries hence the dust of the millionaire will have mingled with that of the mendicant, both long forgotten of men. 10 centuries hence the descendants of those now peddling hot wienerwurst may proudly wear the purple, while the posterity of present monarchs creep through life as paupers. 1,000 years are but as one tick of the mighty horology of time, and the allotted life of man but 60 years and 10. And this brief period we expend, not in living, but in providing the means of life, not as creation's lords, but as slaves to our own avarice, the most pitiful passion that ever cursed mankind. If there be a God, be thou his messenger unto men. If there be no God, then have thy unfortunate fellows the more need of thee. Wait not until a man is driven to crime by the iron law of necessity, a woman to dishonor, a child to beggary, then organize some fake relief society for thine own glory. But put forth a helping hand in time to avert the sin and shame. The most pitiful failure in all God's universe is the man who succeeds only in making money. A thieving fox will grow fat by predacity, while an honest dog starves in the path of duty. And we have too many sleek Reynards prowling round the sheep pens and dovecotes of this people. Too few faithful Gellerts doing stubborn battle with predacious beasts. There's one class of people whom we cannot brand as arrant knaves and put in the pillory, yet who are a curse to any country. These are your Laodiceans in religion and politics, your lukewarms, your namby-pamby milk and cider set, who are neither cold nor hot. These are your eminently proper people, your stereotyped respectables. They accept the gospel as true, not that they can comprehend it, but rather because they lack sufficient mental vigor to deny it. They join the church, and align themselves with that political party to which the local nabobs belong. What will people say is to them the all-important problem. They have followed some old bellwether or lead gander into the wiregrass pasture of respectabilia. They observe all the proprieties, at least in outward appearance. These are the animals whose vis inertia perpetrates all the abuses of wealth and power. Whatsoever has the approval of 2 or more generations of infamous rascals is so eminently respectable. These are the people who are so profoundly shocked by the alleged slang of Hugo and vulgarities of Goethe, while compelling their daughters to read the canticles. They have a conniption fit, and fall in it because some shapely danseuse kicks up her rhythmic heels on the vaudeville stage. Then organize Trilby's auctions, kissing bees, and garter raffles for the glory of God. Their ideal is expediency, and their moral law the 11th commandment. Don't get caught. These are the people who stone the prophets of progress. They are to the social organism what a pound of putty would be to the stomach of a dyspeptic. They are a millstone slung about the neck of the giant of civilization. What will people say? Well, if you tell them a new truth, they will say that you are a demigod or a blasphemer, an anarchist or a populist. But when your new truth has been transformed by time's great alembic into an old falsehood, they will have absorbed it. It will have become respectable, and you cannot purge it from their soggy brain with Theodorus's Autosyrian hellebore. They said of Galileo, imprison him, because he denied the old falsehood that the world is flat. Of Servetus, burn him, because he dissented from the ipse dixit of another heretic. Of Socrates, poison him, because he laughed at the 2 amorous gods of Greece. Of Robert Emmet, hang him, because he wasn't a Cleveland Bayard Anglomaniac. And they said of Jesus Christ, crucify him, because he intimated the fashionable preachers of his time were a set of splenetic-hearted hypocrites. That's what people say. But occasionally there's one to answer that 'tis not in the power of all Xerxes' hosts to bend one thought of his proud heart. They may destroy the case of Anaxarchus, himself they cannot reach. It is not what foolish sound is shaped by a deal of stinking breath and blown adown the wind to be forgotten like the bray of an asthmatic burro, to perish like the snows of yesteryear. That should be our concern, not what the idle gabble of Mrs. Grundy proclaims us, but what we actually are. Public opinion is an ever-shifting rainbow. The heretics of one age are the saints of the next. The cranks of our own time may be the philosophers of the future. The despised rebels of a century ago are the men whose graves we bedeck with our garlands. Soon or late, those who court the many-headed monster, who flatter its rank breadth and bow to its idolatries a patient knee, are trampled beneath its iron heel. But those who take duty for guiding star, and are strong enough to withstand the jibes of malice and the jeers of ignorance, will find that the years are seldom unjust. It has been well said that one eternity waited for us to be born, that another waits to see what we will do now that we are here. Do what thou canst, and do it with all thy might, remembering that every fice that doth bark at thee this day, every goose that stretches forth its rubber neck to express its disapproval, will be dead in hell 100 years hence, its foolish yawp gone silent forevermore, but that thy honest act affects in greater or less degree all God's universe. I am neither a Jeremiah with a lung full of lamentations, nor a Jonah rushing round like a middle-of-the-roader and proclaiming, "Yet 40 days and the woods will be on fire." I do not believe that we can pick ourselves up by our own embroidered bootstraps and hop blithely astride a millennium built to order by McKinley, Bryan, or any other man. but I do believe that the human race is slowly but surely working the subsoil out of its system, is becoming ever less the beast and more the God. Nations grown corrupt with wealth and age may fall, but others strong in youth and innocence will arise. Old faiths may be forgotten, but from other and purer altars will ascend the smoke of sacrifice. Freedom may be wounded grievously in her very temple by Anglomaniacs, who needs must have a royal master. Yet her banner, torn but flying, will stream triumphant over the grave of tyranny. The black night of barbarous ignorance may often engulf the world, but thou, eternal Providence, wilt cause the day to dawn. The star of Bethlehem cannot go down in everlasting darkness. The bow of promise gleams softly luminous behind the thunderbolt. I care not whether the Noahian tale be true, that never again will the shifting axis of the earth pour the sea upon the plain. The rainbow is nature's emblem of peace, her cestus of love, and in its splendor I read a promise that never again will this fair earth of ours be swept with sword and fire, deluged with blood and tears. Not to the past, but to the future do I look for the Saturnian age, when the demons of need and greed will be exorcised, when love will be the universal law, the fatherhood of God the only faith. Such, my friends, is the rainbow to which I have turned my feet. It lies afar, across dismal swamps, o'er whose icy summits only the condor's shadow sweeps, across Arctic vast and desert isles, beyond tempestuous ocean, rank with dead men's bones and the rotting hulls of ships. I shall not attain it, nor shall you, but he that strives, though vanquished, still is victor. A dreamer, say you? Ah, yes, but all life is but a dream, mystic, wonderful, and we know not when we sleep nor when we wake. I love to dream so, when the storm beats upon the great oaks, hoary with their 100 years, and they put forth their gnarled arms and grapple with the blast, when the lightning cleaves the inky sky with forked flame, and the earth rocks 'neath the thunder's angry roar, when the dark clouds roll muttering unto the east, and the evening sun hangs every leaf and twig and blade of grass with jewels brighter than e'er gleamed in Golconda's mines, when the mockbirds renew their melody, and every flower seems drunken with its own incense, I look upon the irisate glory that seems to belt the world with beauty, and my heart beats high with hope that in years to be the storm clouds that o'ershadow the souls of men will recede also, that time shall come when the human race will be one universal brotherhood, containing neither a millionaire nor a mendicant, neither a master nor a slave. End of section 45. End of The Complete Works of Brann, The Iconoclast, Volume 12, by William Cowper Brann. Recorded by Rita Boutros.